Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we
Morning, everybody. We need to probably turn some lights on in here. Bless you.
Thanks. Good morning, everybody.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Good morning. Happy Monday to you. Another week, that much closer to the start of the football season. Hope everybody had a spectacular weekend. Thanks for joining us this morning. Trent Balley sitting in the co-pilot seat. Good morning, Trent. How are you?
Good morning. Had a fun weekend. One of my buddies got married, so that's always a fun deal too. But Mark, I have to ask, we can spend 30 seconds on it, little housekeeping. How was the birthday?
The birthday was another day. It was wonderful. My wife took me out to dinner, spent time with my family. It was a nice Sunday. Nothing special. At this point, the being alive on your birthdays is birthday enough for me right now. So
Amen.
I'm pretty happy with that. Trent, you're here this morning. So that means to me that you didn't elope. You did not find the girl of your dreams, or if you did, it's going to move very, very slowly. You knew everybody at this wedding, apparently. These were high school friends. So let me just ask, because, the rumor is that your generation doesn't drink. How many people, like what percentage were taking advantage? First, was there an open bar? And secondly, were your friends taking advantage?
There was an open bar, and I'm proud to say that my friend group does still get after it a little bit. So we had some fun there, but there was no rekindlings, if that's what you're asking, Mark.
Not surprised. Can't say it. I mean, at some point you're going to have to face mom with the truth, and it's that you're going to be single forever, and that's okay. But to me, the big story really in sports happened. Well, it's been going on for a few days, and I guess it for lack of a better term, it came to fruition yesterday, because Daquan Wright was a collegiate player. He did not get drafted. He signed a free agent, undrafted free agent agreement with the Eagles. He was put on waivers by the Eagles and claimed by the Browns. And now, after he's been cut by the Browns, as long as he clears waivers, he's got a new team. That's right. He's going from the Cleveland Browns to LSU. First ever player to go back to college after signing with an NFL team. We've never had this before, but because we ruled on this 5 years eligibility thing and give all players 5 years, well, that was going forward. The players who who started school in 2022 have raised their hand and said, why don't we get 5 years? And, well, imagine that they found a judge that would rule in their favor. And now he has, according to his agents, Kyle Lincoln and Drew Rosenhaus, he has an agreement in place to go to Baton Rouge and rekindle things with Lane Kiffin, where he played the last 2 years for Ole Miss. I don't think there's anything stopping this. I know that Greg Sankey has come out and said, be very aware of the rules. But Trent, first off, if your school were to sign one of these players who are with NFL teams and may not make teams and therefore want to enact their 5th year of eligibility, would you take said player? These are the rules. You want to win. This is going to help you win. To me, there's no doubt that a guy that signs an NFL free agent contract is better than some of the players you have on your roster.
Right. You're in theory, you're exactly correct, because these guys are NFL caliber talent. They're at least NFL caliber worthy of getting looks. So would I take them on my team? Of course I would. If you're working within the confines of what the rules of college sports are. Doesn't mean I have to like it, Mark, and I don't, because I think this is way too slippery, and it's only going to get worse and worse and worse, and this just goes to show again that the NCAA has no grip on what it's doing specifically in this sport. But if you're asking me, would I take an NFL caliber talent on my team in college? Of course I would.
Well, not all coaches are that way, because a bunch of these basketball players had 5th years. And our alma mater said no to Jackson Keeler and didn't put him on the roster. He's now in the transfer portal because Tom Izzo held through to his obligations to the players he put on his roster. Because in order to do this, if your roster's full, you'd have to open up a roster spot. And you have to do that essentially by cutting someone. And you can cut a walk-on. You can cut on a preferred walk-on. I'm sure there's lots of ways to do this, but these are decisions coaches are facing. And Lane Kiffin, who was brought in to do one thing at LSU and one thing only, He was brought in there to win, and they don't give a damn how.
And that's where Mark, I can't blame them. You know, they're working within the confines of what is allowed. And I understand that certain coaches and certain programs are more apt, certain conferences even, the SEC, for example, are more apt to try to find loopholes when they can and where they can. I'm not going to blame them. I'm going to blame the institutions, the powers that be, if you will. I mean, I can't blame Lane Kiffin whatsoever for trying to go get NFL talent on his roster. If they're still eligible.
Yeah, and I think that 90% of me would. I don't like, the only problem I have with this is cutting a guy that's been at my camp, cutting a guy that's essentially made my team. And now I've got to sit down with a young man and explain to him he's no longer on the football team when there probably aren't many places for him to go. You are putting the kid you're cutting in a really tough spot. And I know coaches don't care, and most of the time fans don't care because they're worried about what the results are on the field. If I had a spot on my roster and I thought something like this was happening and I cut to whatever the number need be so I have room for one more, then I think I've I've at least saved my hide. And I've allowed the kids who I cut, if they want to leave my school and go to a lower level and make a team, that they might be able to do so. But it is interesting because Lane Kiffin called Todd Moulton a week ago. And Moulton even said, he goes, I didn't call him back. I guess I should have. I didn't know what he wanted, a week left in training camp. Lane was trying to find out if this guy was going to make the team and do I need to hold a roster spot for him? So
the forward thinking is there. I think that's what you're trying to get at here. The forward thinking is at least there.
For Lane, it was forward thinking. I don't know about forward thinking. I think he was thinking about, is this guy going to get cut? Do I have another tight end? I guess where I have the biggest problem with this, and I don't like it. I didn't like the players coming back from the G League to play college basketball. And certainly this is a little better, but not much. Where I'm struggling is everybody wants to cast blame. Everybody wants to blame the NCAA. And at its root, the NCAA screwed up years ago. But, I mean, this goes back to the O'Bannon case. They would have had ways to figure out how to pay the athletes over a decade ago, and we probably wouldn't be in this position. But in the current situation that we're in, when the NCAA says you can't do something, and then there is a judge out there anywhere, the NCAA is about as bad in court as any organization is bad at anything. They don't win like ever. So right. When it goes to a court, and this time it was the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals, who granted a stay to reverse a federal judge decision to get kids back in that started in 22-23. They need congressional help. They need something because they can't do it themselves. They are not really their own entity. Every conference can find someone to flip the rules the way they want. And I don't really like Congress. Like, I don't like my answer. Congress has got to get involved in collegiate sports. Nothing about that sounds right.
No.
That's not supposed to be their job.
And that wouldn't be a painless process either. But I think the point that you're making, and I would agree with you, is if you had a pie chart of the blame to go around here, the NCAA is the biggest slice of the pie, but there are other culprits involved here. This is a mess. Because there are too many loopholes, Mark. Way too many.
So we now have players who are cut from NFL teams going back to college. And we'll see how many of these kids that filed. I guess the last part of this, though, is if the kid wants to go back to college, some of these kids had shots at making NFL teams. If they're leaving the top level to go make more, because there would be more money for some of these kids in college, or at least similar. Do you want them on your NFL team? Do you really think they're going to get better in the year that they spend playing with lesser talent to come back to the best league the following year? I think that might be the only way that prevents this from continuing is if guys try and then say, I'm going back to college, and the NFL says, yeah, I'm done with you. Then maybe, just maybe, the player will then know that when he makes a decision, it's a decision he has to stand on. But
it's less of a thing now, Mark. You're exactly right that there used to be a sense of motivation there for these players to eventually get to the NFL and get paid. Now they can almost make as much money, if not more, in a lot of cases more, playing for an SEC school than they would in the NFL. So that same motivation is not quite there. That's another big problem here.
Well, in SEC or Big Ten, because the Big Ten is still the conference with the most money. And trust me, they're paying handsomely as well. So we've got a solid show for you today. That's something that's on my mind to get things started. But we will talk the Bengals today. Mo Egger from WLW will join us in the 7 o'clock hour to talk the Bengals. Seth is taking his daughter to college. So the only day he could fit his into our schedule is today. So we will chat with Seth at 8 o'clock. And college football begins Saturday. So we're going to try to run through as many of the top 10 programs as is humanly possible. Let's start with the team that's ranked number 1, the Ohio State Buckeyes. Kevin Noon will join us in the 8 o'clock hour to talk the Buckeyes. We are 5 and 16 days away, respectively, from the start of the college and NFL season. So we will go through the best 16s to have ever played. We know who Trent's picking. He's not one of the best ones to ever play. He's not one of the best ones even close, but he's number 1 on Trent's list. We all know who that is. We'll get to that coming up a little bit. The starting 5, 25 minutes away. The Pelican Roofing of Florida text line is always open. 21,000 is the number, 21,000. The keyword is Miller. You have to type that in, send it to 21,000, and then let it rip. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
The Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512. You have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit SleepTreatmentDirect.com. That's SleepTreatmentDirect.com.
Really,
and if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Popular demand, huh, Adam? I like it. Way to go.
First day of school for Mom today. She's up there making her coffee. Deadstroke. Yeah, today's a half day for my mom's district. Day 1, half day. Coming in hot. Clark, that's funny. Mark, do you watch any of the Little League World Series?
Not really. I mean, if it's
Okay.
on, I'll leave it on, but it's not something I.
Same. I don't seek it out, but I always enjoy it when I do have it on.
Let me explain the half day to you, Deadstroke. It's not really a half day. The kids have to be in school a certain number of days, and they don't really do a half day. They do more of a 3/4 day. So therefore, it counts as a full day in the books, and it allows the school to get the number of days they need.
Right.
It's a crock. Don't even get me started. All teachers are wonderful. They're great. They work so hard. Now, should we pay them more? Yes, I do agree with that. But the fact that teachers take vacation during the school year, seriously? You have every other day off as it is. You have the whole summer off. What do you need vacation for the 8 months that you work? You get 4 off, at least, between summer and all the vacations. I don't get it.
Well, see, I don't know about down there, but up here, like half days, teachers have to stay the full day. The kids are only there for half the day.
The poor teachers have to stay a full day in work like the rest
No,
of
that's what I'm saying. They're taking a full day.
Okay, but they still get Christmas vacation. They still get spring break.
Yeah. The entire summer off. Yep, I know. Okay.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for joining us on this Monday morning. Lots to talk about today. We'll have kind of an Ohio day today. I didn't really plan on that. It wasn't my intention, but doing the AFC North. So we did the Cleveland Browns on Friday. We'll do the Cincinnati Bengals today. And I wanted to start getting some of the colleges that are going to contend for daddies and get the people who cover them to make that case for them. Kevin Noon does a great job covering the Buckeyes. He will join us on the show today. Seth Everett in between our 2 Ohio guests. So we'll go Cincinnati, Seth, Columbus. That's how we do it. Baseball over the weekend. Well, the Rays managed to not get swept, winning yesterday to save their butts in the series. They have a 3-game lead over the Yankees. The Yankees playing a little better despite being banged up. The Red Sox are 6 back. So the Yankees, 3 in front of the Sox, 3 behind the Rays. The White Sox, 3.5 above the Guardians. And the Astros and Rangers, both a game below 500, currently tied for the lead in the AL West.
Who are you picking right now, Mark? Just quickly.
Astros.
If the season ended today, you're picking the Astros? Okay.
In the National League, the Braves last night with a big win because Philly's on a roll. They've won 9 in a row, and the Braves win the Little League game last night, and by doing so, maintain a 3-game lead over the Phillies. The Brewers are now 6 up on the Cubs. So as the Chicago Cubs kind of close that for a moment, that gap's widened again till 6. And the Padres are 9 back of the Dodgers as far as the wild card goes. Yankees and Red Sox firmly in. The Red Sox are 6.5 up on the Rangers and Guardians, who are tied. So the Rangers and Astros tied for the division. The Rangers, who have lost the tiebreaker at this point to the Astros, are ahead of the Guardians. Same record, but they have the tiebreaker on Cleveland. But those two teams are tied. The Blue Jays are a game and a half back. The Twins and Orioles 2 games back. The Mariners 3 games back. And the Tigers, who have lost 5 in a row and just got swept by the Kansas City Royals, you can probably stick a fork in them. They seemingly are done. The Padres are 2 back of the Phillies. The Padres have the last wild card spot. The Cubs are on top. They're 2 games better than the Phillies. The Phillies are 2 games better than the Padres, who are 2 games better than the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks are out looking up. The Marlins, 4 games back, 2 behind the Diamondbacks, 4 behind the Padres in the National League. So that is about how the playoff races are sitting at the moment. As far as the Triple Crown, Yordan Alvarez still there, leading the home run race by 1, leading the batting average number by 10, leading the ribbies by 5 over Alonso at the moment. So that's one of the, that's kind of the fun story the rest of the way, because he and they are trying to get into the playoffs, win a division, and likely he'll have to carry them offensively because they're just an average team. Yeah. And when you look at the Astros and you look at the Rangers, it's obviously going to come down probably to the last week of the season when it's just tied or close, I should say. And if I've got this right, they don't play again. So they're done. The Rangers and Astros have played their final game against one another. And
if you're Yordan Alvarez, do not just start swinging for the fences. Come on. You've got a chance to win the Triple Crown, for crying out loud. And let's not forget, I know this goes without saying, you are adding to your other 2 numbers by hitting the long ball. You're adding ribbies.
You're adding ribbies, but are you sacrificing for batting average? I mean, look at what he's doing. Miguel Cabrera was the last to do it. Yaz before him. This isn't something that happens every day, but offensively, he's a stud. He's there are players who are worth watching. Like right now, PCA is worth going to the ballpark to see. Yordan Alvarez is worth going to the ballpark to see.
Absolutely.
And I think they get it done, but it is amazing when you look at, they're a minus 46 run differential. They've given up just a boatload of runs. I mean, they have no problem scoring. This is a pitching thing for the Astros. So if they get in, can they, in a best of 3, outslug somebody? Of course. Beyond that, it seems unlikely they could win a longer series with their pitching, but we shall see. But Yordan Alvarez trying for the Triple Crown, the Rays trying to bring home the division and get that done. I thought it was done, and I still think the Rays can win it, but what they've been is incredibly consistent. Now they're going through a little rut. How do they respond? What are they, 3-7 in their last 10? So they've got to figure out a way to get some consistency because, Baltimore really took it to them for the last couple series. So the good news for Tampa is they get to go to Detroit, and Detroit's reeling. So they've got 3 with the Tigers, but their schedule is, I don't think overly difficult, but certainly not easy. They've got the Braves on their schedule. They play the Mets, and the Mets have been playing better lately. So they have both Texas and Houston. They could help determine who wins that division. They have 1 series with the Yanks, 4 games, and 3 games with the Red Sox still ahead for Tampa the rest of the way as they're trying to figure out a way to win the NL East. And obviously, it is interesting, Trent, that I did see a couple of articles over the weekend talking about something we were on 2 weeks ago, and that is do you change the baseball seeding process? And I said this before, I will say it again. I don't think there's a way it happens until expansion comes. I don't think that baseball is going to change how they seed teams in the 2 years before expansion. Because I think we'll have at least two, they're going to get this CBA. They're going to push expansion right after or during, but it won't come simultaneously. Obviously, next year, we're not going to add expansion teams. So I don't see them changing a playoff format only to add 2 teams and change the entire format. Because to me, Trent, when they add 2 teams, we're realigned. I mean, they've talked about this enough. The sport's going to get realigned in some way, shape, or form. And I think the American and National League could be done.
Exactly, and that's where you can maybe get back to some of the old school stuff, honestly, where you have some differences between the AL and NL, but set that aside.
Whoa. Trent, those days have passed us. When I say get rid of the AL and NL, we're not going to have, you may have been right in what you said last week when you were, I don't know, nervous and calling them conferences. Trent, we're not going back to umpires wearing different uniforms. We're not going back to pitchers bat. The game is homogenous. It is one game. It will never go back. Never.
Okay, so set that aside. But I guess my point is,
I'm not setting it aside. I'm making sure we throw it away.
If we're ever going to change the playoff format, it would be with the CBA, the new CBA. It would be aligned with that. That's the best opportunity you're going to get to change those things. And I think this year, Mark, if they want to overreact, and I don't really know if it's even overreacting per se, but if they want to make a change, this is a perfect year to point to and be like, remember that year when the AL was that bad and the wild card was that effed up? I mean, that's kind of what we're looking at right now.
Well, I don't think they're ever going to not reward division champs. I just think it's whether or not do we shrink it to 2? Is there just one American League and one National League and it's 1 through 16 on each side? Is it 4 4-team divisions, and do they align themselves more closely to what the National Football League looks like? And that, I think, is more likely when it's all said and done. I think they'll go to 4 4-team divisions. I think you'll see the Mets and Yankees in the same division. I think those are the changes that are going to come. And as far as going backwards, Trent, I'm telling you, that's the sour cream that's been in the back of your fridge for a month and you didn't realize it was there and you just opened it. Any chance of going backward is full of mold. It smells bad and it needs to be thrown away absolutely, positively, immediately. The starting 5 is on the other side. We'll try to catch up with anything you may have missed over the weekend in the sports world, or at least the things that I found most interesting in the sports world. And we'll talk with Mo Egger coming up an hour from now. The Cincinnati Bengals, high expectations, can they fulfill?
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Tim, I get your point. They struck gold by the Yankees injuries, but they're still having a really solid year, even if the Yankees were good. They're still a playoff team in a bad American League. I think what they really point out is that they've established themselves as one of the best franchises in the sport. I mean, they win every damn year. We don't like to think of them that way because they don't spend any money and they're the Rays, but that's just a really good franchise. Are they the Yankees? No. Are they the Red Sox? Not really. The Red Sox have their own issues. They're certainly not the Dodgers. I get it, but they're a rock solid. Pittsburgh tries to do this. They can't. A lot of teams try to accomplish what the Rays are doing, and the Rays seemingly are the only ones that can do it. I'm trying to keep them in a separate conversation than the Yankees, if you know what I mean. Yeah, as far as the division, they're going to get lucky this year. But as far as their franchise, I think you have to give them a little more credit, Tim. And outside of taking Snell out, Cash is obviously very good at what he does, about getting the most out of every player. There's got to be something there. Deadstroke, name the team that doesn't wish they were the Rays, that's not named the Yankees, Red Sox, Braves, Phillies, Dodgers. Am I missing anybody? They've got to be a top 7-8 franchise in the game right now.
Yeah. I think they're right at the top of that second tier as a franchise.
Got a lot farther than Sam Bradford did, Joe. I think that's our golf franchise, and I know that's you, Adam. No. Sam Bradford just got hurt. Joe Burrow did go to a Super Bowl. Deadstroke, I don't know who your team is, but mine's the Tigers. And if you were to say to trade the whole organization for the Rays right now, yes?
In a heartbeat.
I am not a huge Cashman guy, Jim. A lot of people stick up for him. I'm not as bad on him as Moulton was, but you can't deny that. Then I'll take the Braves over the Rays, but that's one of the few, because they've got the money and seem to scout pretty well. Now, the Yankees pitching, some of that was bought, some of that was not. They've always operated differently because they can, Jim. And this year, they're still a playoff team despite being as banged up as any team in any sport. Are they the Dodgers? No, because their farm system's not nearly what it used to be.
I think the Rays play their cards incredibly. Incredibly. Trade the Rays for the Dolphins.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Hope you had a good weekend. I spent a lot of time with family, enjoyed myself over the weekend. Trent was at a wedding, so he was, did you dance, Trent?
Oh, I love to dance, yes. I was out there the whole night. Sweat my you-know-what off. I had a great time.
Sweating, damn. So dancing to you, is it some sort of a full contact workout? I mean, I've never heard of someone sweating their tail off dancing. You know,
well, not
when
exactly
you're
a full-time.
one of the ladies out to dance, and you look like you just got out of the pool doing laps. It's a little tougher to meet women, Trent.
It's not exactly a full-bore workout, but it's one of your best buddies, and it's right in the heart of summer in Michigan at an outdoor venue. So that's kind of what contributed to said workout, I guess, if you want to call it that. But I had a great time, Mark.
All right. He's a dancing fool, everybody. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
21,000's the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. I'd like to hear from you now if you got a vision of what Trent looks like when he's dancing, because I've got a few, and I'll share those coming up after we get to this. Baseball, we start. Tampa Bay, a 3-1 victory over Baltimore. Nick Martinez goes 6 innings with 1 hit ball, 3 relievers. Finish the job as the Rays avoid the sweep at the hands of the Orioles, winning 3-1 yesterday. Chandler Simpson, 2 hits, including a run-scoring single in Tampa Bay's 3-run 6th inning. Tampa winning for just their 3rd time in their last 10. Brian Baker getting his 37th save. He did give up a home run to lead off the 9th. Miami, a 6-2 win over Washington. Xavier Edwards hit the go-ahead 2-run single in the 5th. As the Marlins sweep the Nats, they won 8 of 9 against the Nationals this year. The Nationals have lost 10 of their last 12. The Yankees with an 8-3 win over Toronto. Trent Grisham had a 2-out, bases-loaded walk to break a tie in the 6th. Ben Rice would follow with a 2-run single, and the Yankees would get the victory. It's their 6th and 7th, 10th and 15th. Kansas City sweeps Detroit 11-7 yesterday. Nick Lofton, John Rave hit home runs for the Royals. Lofton was 3 for 4 RBIs in the leadoff spot for Kansas City, and finished their homestand at 7-0, part of an 8-game winning streak for Kansas City. Philadelphia, a 6-4 win over St. Louis. Schwarber hit a 2-run walk-off home run to highlight a 6-run 9th inning rally as the Phillies can do no wrong, taking their winning streak to 9 and beating the Cardinals. White Sox, a 2-1 win over the Mets. Tristan Peters hit the walk-off home run in the 9th inning for Chicago on Sunday afternoon. Athletics, 7-6 over Houston. Max Muncy hit the tie-breaking home run with 2 outs in the top of the 7th. And the Athletics rallied from a 6-run deficit to win the series over Houston. Houston now tied with the Rangers, who beat the LA Angels 5-3. Cal Quantrill had 6 scoreless innings. Ezequiel Duran and Elias Diaz each had solo home runs in the victory for Texas. Cleveland, a 7-2 win over Colorado. Cleveland swept the 3-game series. They've now won 4 in a row, and they are tied with Texas in the AL wildcard race. Bunch of Guardians had 2 hits, including Joe Adell, who's been pretty solid since coming over on the trade deadline. Foster Griffin allowed 2 runs on 5 hits. He's 3-1 since being acquired by Cleveland from the Nats at that trade deadline. Boston, a 5-4 win over San Francisco. They were down 1, scored 3 straight with a bunch of hits with 2 outs in the 4th inning to take the lead and then hold on to win the game. Aroldis Chapman had a scoreless 9th to help seal the victory for the Red Sox. San Diego, an 8-1 win over Minnesota. Tatis homered twice, knocked in 4 runs. Jackson Merrill added a home run as San Diego swept the Twinkies. Walker Buehler getting the victory. San Diego's won 21 of 28. They're 11 games over 500. They were also 11 games over 500 back on May the 23rd. That was the last time. The Cubbies went to Seattle, and they're still hitting home runs. 19-2 your final. Ian Happ, Pedro Ramirez both hit grand slam home runs. PCA and Michael Conforto also homered. And Aaron Savalier pitched 4 innings of scoreless relief as the Cubbies snap a 3-game losing streak. Arozarena had a home run for Seattle. They had won 5 of 7. For that home run, Arozarena now has had 20 homers and 20 steals in 6 consecutive seasons. The other players who have done it, Barry Bonds, he did it 9 straight times. Bobby Bonds did it 7 times. Bobby Abreu 7, and Willie Mays 6. That is now 6 for Arozarena. Pretty elite company there. Blake Snell had his 3rd consecutive good outing since his return from injury, and the Dodgers sweep the Pirates 4-0. Alec Thomas had an RBI single, and the Dodgers extend their winning streak to 6 games while improving to 10-3 since the 10th of August. Snell gave up just 2 hits over 6 scoreless, 6 Ks, 3 walks. He threw 94 pitches. Arizona 5-3 over Cincinnati. Vargas with the go-ahead 2-run triple in a 4-run 7th. Corbin Carroll had 2 extra base hits and an RBI. And the D-backs overcame a 3-run deficit, getting the 5-3 victory against Cincinnati. And then last night, Tyler Mahle threw 5 solid innings, and Michael Harris homered to help the Braves get a 4-2 victory over the Brewers in the Little League Classic in Williamsport, PA. It was the last game that Kurt Ravitch is going to do for ESPN, and players on both sides very appreciative of his 30 years old.
With the baby, Garrett, thank you. Thank you. Hey, Carl, I wanted to say one thing to you real quick. I appreciate all that you've done. I know this is your last broadcast. I appreciate everything that you've done for this game. I've been listening to you for a long time, and it's a pleasure to share this last one with you.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to share with you, too. I appreciate it.
Have a good one, guys.
I do want to say before we get out of here, Carl, I got to say congratulations and thank you. Congratulations on playing some more golf, and thank you for the 30 years, man. You were a staple in my living room for 30 years watching ESPN. You made it fun to watch ESPN, so I just want to say thank you for everything you did, man. It was awesome. You're one of the good ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Last night in the Little League Classic, players Chris Sale and Chris Sale for the Braves there, and Garrett Mitchell for the Brewers, each giving kind words to Carl Ravitch, who is finishing his career with the 4-letter network. He was let go, and they allowed him to stay on and do the Little League World Series and do this stuff. So that worked out well for the players, being able to say the nice things about a guy who's been very good to the game of baseball, and vice versa. Last night, one NFL game. Tennessee beat Seattle 19-16. I have no idea what the spread was. Some news in the NFL, though. Ashton Genty was helped off the practice field Sunday. They thought initially it was his knee. In fact, the players took a knee and said a prayer for Genty as he exited the field, but sources late last night saying he is believed to have sprained his ankle. They are unsure how long he will be out, but they say it is not a long-term injury. CeeDee Lamb had his home robbed while he was at practice in training camp in California. His home in Texas was burglarized. The Fairview Police Department said they responded to Lamb's home and they reported the burglary.
That's not quite Tyreek Hill with the fire when he was at training camp, but it's up there. It's in the same ballpark.
I'm telling you, why you don't have some sort of, I mean, it's not too tough to get ring or whatever, but these are, now I don't know if this was the same, but the other robberies that had gone on at Burrow, these were highly sophisticated criminal rings that were doing this. They weren't messing around. Started the show with this today. Daquan Wright, who's going to be waived by the Cleveland Browns, has an agreement in place for the 2026 season to play for LSU. He is believed the first player to have an agreement to return to play in college after signing with an NFL team as an undrafted free agent. He signed with the Eagles after the draft, was claimed on waivers by the Browns, and now going back to college. Wyndham Clark, your winner in the BMW. Wyndham Clark's had to play with some pretty good players to win this year. He had to play with Scheffler, and everybody was rooting for Scheffler. Had to play with Rory, and everybody was rooting for Rory. He said after the match, Darth Vader had more fun. But he did, with some late birdies, get the win. In Live Golf, John Rahm finished second to Michael Lasasso. He's the defending NCAA champ in 2025 at Ole Miss. He won the tournament, but Rahm is the second place finisher, and he's at second place crown and won the season stuff, and none of them have any idea where they're going to play next year. And finally, the Miami Heat get a 2-year deal from Klay Thompson after he cleared waivers. He was bought out of his contract, and now, well, that's your shooter, Miami. And I got to tell you, if it were 2020, this team would be good. 2026, I'm not so sure. And that, at 10 minutes before the hour, is your starting five. 5 big stories you needed to know here on Miller and Moulton. All right, you're the hoop guy. Klay Thompson's old. It shouldn't stop you from stroking it. Giannis is an old 30. I mean, he is. He's been banged up. He hasn't played a full year in quite a while. And Bam, I would say, is in his prime. I mean, I think this is prime Bam. I don't think it's prime Giannis. I know for a fact it ain't prime Klay. Is that trio good enough to get a top 4? Good enough to get a top 2? Can they contend for the East? I say go on the East.
I'm glad you went top 4 because that's exactly where I've got him. I've got him at 3 or 4 in the East, and I think that's fair. And I think in any playoff series, when you have Klay Thompson, Bam in his prime, and Giannis is still the best player, even though he's not in his prime, I would say that team absolutely is a top 4 team. You look at what the Heat needed, Mark. They needed shooting. So you add probably the second or third best shooter ever in Klay Thompson. I know he's a little long in the tooth, but like you said, that doesn't stop you from stroking it. You can still be, a Ray Allen on the Heat, kind of that type of player, that type of role. So I love that pickup. I think that's exactly what the Heat needed. I think they still have to add some more shooting, but no matter what they do, by default, Giannis, maybe at the back end of his prime or just out of it, as you and I just said, still one of the best players in the world. And you've got Bam in his prime. I like what the Heat are doing, honestly.
Okay. If you say so. I mean, I'm just trying to look. Last year, Klay Thompson averaged 12 points a game.
Yeah.
He's not someone, to me, at 37 that can give you 30 minutes, 28 minutes. I just don't know. Again, I don't foresee Giannis being able to play more than 65 games if he's there for the playoffs. I think at best they're a 4 seed, and maybe they can win a round. And is that good enough for you, Heat fan? You've always demanded more.
Well, I'll pencil him right in at 4. I'm with you on that. I think 4 seems
so
fair, but then I think when you get in a playoff series with those kinds of guys, that's
so the Sixers are the top. The Sixers right now are considered the best.
Yep.
The Knicks, you want to put them second?
Yep, sure.
Okay. Celtics next?
After losing Jaylen Brown, maybe.
Okay, so then they're better than the Pistons.
I think Detroit's right in that mix. I think Detroit's going to be 4 or 5.
There's your NBA season preview. We'll talk about it again in October and then again on Christmas Day here on Miller and Moulton. Next hour, we will talk some Bengals as we continue to break down the AFC North. And then we will talk with Seth Everett and some Buckeye talk in the 8 o'clock hour. But that was a little rundown on everything that happened in the last couple of days in sports. The big story to me, and we may work a poll question off, although I have trouble with this whole tight end going back to LSU because I don't think anybody's for it. Like, I've not seen anybody in the chat room. I've not seen anybody on the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line, and you and I don't really like it. We understand that it's what's going on, but I don't know necessarily how to frame a poll question where I could get anything more than a 99-1 vote.
Right. No one likes it. No one who actually follows the sport. We all understand it. We get why they're doing it, but we don't have to like it.
Miller and Moulton, Monday edition. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll work on a poll question. Magic numbers are 5 and 16. We'll have the best 16s to ever play coming up.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And LW, I don't really think they have to go to class anymore. I mean, they haven't in a long time. I mean, you remember, what's his ass, Sanchez, when he was in his last year, wasn't he taking ballroom dancing? Wow, Shane Falco was 16, wasn't he, Jim? Well, good, nice pull there. I think a little more Anthony Michael Hall than a Lane Benestead stroke. I think that was a really good pull out of someone earlier.
I can dance. I can. I've got rhythm.
Must be from your mother.
It is. I'll give you that.
I see Trent more like Napoleon Dynamite dancing. That's what I'm picturing.
That's closer.
Where someone in the crowd goes, "Isn't that from National Geographic?" And they go, "Yeah, I think it is." I do think he learned not from those movies, from those coming of age films on Nickelodeon.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks for joining us this morning. We certainly appreciate it. Trent Bally sitting in the co-pilot seat this morning. Talked a little bit about the whole situation going on with LSU and Daquan Wright, who is being waived by Cleveland. If no one picks him up, he is going back to school. He and Rodney Dangerfield are going to have a really nice dorm room, and he'll be playing tight end for his old coach, Lane Kiffin, like he did a year ago at Ole Miss. So that's one of the big stories that's going on. And the other one, I don't know if it's as big, but it seems to be where certain times players, leagues, whatever may be the case, miss the big picture and don't want to understand why fans act the way they act. Now, I know you all think I'm talking about one thing, actually talking about another. I'm talking about the NFL, and I'm talking about a quarterback, and I'm talking about the Cleveland Browns, because Deshaun Watson was not very happy with the crowd in Cleveland. He was booed relentlessly by the Browns crowd, and he feels disrespected. It has nothing to do about the performance. It's a little bit personal. I think that's a disrespectful thing. I'm going to keep whatever I feel with me and my family internally on how I feel about that. Just move on. I thought being away for 2 years and working myself back from 2 Achilles injuries and putting time in, being around the facility, being around the city, doing charity work in the city, supporting the Cleveland Browns, hanging out with fans whenever I do see them, being honest, being the type of person I know I am, and the character would help. I guess it hasn't. See, here's the problem, Deshaun. You kind of used the C word. And I know it's not the C word some of you are thinking of, and that means your minds are all in the gutters. I'm talking about character. You know, I went after the WNBA when the coach there, the Fever, who they demanded get fired, says, we're going to do this with grace, class, and love, and the rest of you can go to hell. You can't put those phrases together. Can't do it. You look like a moron.
Right.
In this case with Deshaun Watson, if he takes that whole thing, and if you 2 years being away from work, 2 Achilles injuries, putting the time in, being around the facility, being in the city, even the charity work if he wants to throw there, hanging out with the fans, trying to be honest. That hasn't worked. But being the type of person I know I am and the character would help. You are a character. You don't have character.
If you're guilty of the things that he is accused of, I don't care what your character is or allegedly is or once was or any of that. No one cares, because also you're not any good anymore. That's the other thing, Mark. If he was good, people would turn a blind eye. Let's be honest. We're sports fans.
Look, if Cleveland wins their first few games, they'll be fine with it. My whole point is that for Deshaun Watson, he doesn't believe he's guilty. We'll never know what the truth is with all of the women, but I'm sorry, it certainly seems where there's smoke.
Yeah.
And in the least bit of self-evaluation, he should realize that he more than likely will never win fans back until he could win a Super Bowl and still get booed. There are a lot of people that just don't want him on the team. They don't want him in the league. They don't want him around.
Yeah.
And he was given, $230 million in guaranteed money? That's not his fault that the owner of the Browns is a moron.
Right. At the time, I think it was the most ever. And that's why it made no sense, because he was coming off a year where he didn't play for Houston because of what was going on. And then they guaranteed all that money, and now he has yet to really perform for Cleveland, a city that notoriously hasn't had good quarterback play. So I understand why they're booing. I do, because they don't think he's a good guy and he's not a good quarterback anymore.
Yeah, because to me, Trent, all that other stuff that you said before is just a bunch of noise. It's about the guy. Cleveland wants to win as much, if not more, than any city out there. All they want is for that football team to be good. And it doesn't matter who Attila the Hun could be the quarterback. If they can go to the playoffs and host a first-round game, they're going to buy Hun jerseys, okay? They don't care. But right now, at this moment, this guy, to your point, has done nothing for them. So all the work he's put in doesn't matter. They still don't like him. The only way that they'll like him, and it's horrible to say in today's day and age, because it has nothing to do with his past and the problems and crimes, whatever you want to call it, that he has committed.
Right.
At best, horrible judgment. At worst, sexual criminal activity. I don't know. I mean, that's a pretty big gap, but those are the ends. So whatever side you're on, that's fine. But I think we all know as sports fans, the only way to achieve a comeback is not just to make yourself a better person, which hopefully he has done. I don't know. I'm not around him. All they want is to win.
Mm-hmm.
And for you not to get it. And, Shedeur gave an interview in the second half of that game, and he was actually fantastic. And, he even said he didn't like the booing, but he didn't go in depth as to, he's like, I just don't, we're on a team, blah, blah, blah. But Shedeur's interview was on the sidelines. Yeah, he gets a little over the top on some things, but he answered all the questions that were asked of him without getting into the minutia of crap that's out there.
And that is a separate little angle here, Mark, that I think people aren't paying enough attention to, is that they have a young quarterback who's at least exciting, even if you don't think he's any good, even if you don't think he's going to be any good. Browns fans would rather put Shedeur out there to see what they've got than to continue running Deshaun Watson out there and deal with all his character problems. That's what they would do. That's what they would rather do. They'd rather have it that way.
I think they want to win. I don't think the character. I think Deshaun trying to sit there and blame people for why they're booing him silly. But again, I just think they want to win. Would they rather win if both were going to give them 8 wins, they would take Shedeur every time.
Yes.
And they now think they know more than the football people. It doesn't matter really for the on the field, off the field stuff. When it just comes to on the field, for whatever reason, fans love the backup quarterback right until he plays. Danielson used to talk all the time. He and Eric Hipple, and this goes way back with Detroit Lions football, but Danielson was the starter. Hipple ended up getting the job as Danielson left and was a backup in Cleveland. Hipple was never that good, but they always, because he was exciting, he would run around. They always wanted him to play. So they loved the backup right up until the point when he plays and stinks. So I don't think the Cleveland Browns have a shot at the playoffs. They're starting 2 rookies at wide receiver. They had to revamp that defense. It's a brand new coach. I think Shedeur's playing by week 6 or 7. I think they're going to start with Watson because at the end of the day, you cannot go backward. You can't start Shedeur, have him fail, and go to Deshaun.
No.
It's really easy to go the other way. The same thing with Vegas. Quit messing around. Name Cousins your starter, and then you go to Mendoza. You know what, Atlanta? Might as well take some notes because you just cleared Penix for practice. He's not even ready to play, and you won't name Tua the starter? Why?
Well, and in the case of Vegas, too, I mean, this is not what I'm predicting by any means, but Mark, to your point, if you start Kirk Cousins and then you start winning, then you're fine, right? The fans are happy. The team's in the right direction. If Cleveland had an A and an A- quarterback situation, that'd be one thing. I don't know if they have one quarterback, let alone this little race they got going on. So that adds to the whole vitriol there that's going on in Cleveland, and that's why they're booing Deshaun. They're taking it out on him. They'd rather take it out on him than on Shedeur. And you're right, they can't go backwards. They got to start. They either got to commit to Shedeur and move forward, or they got to just start Deshaun, and when you know what hits the fan, then they insert Shedeur Sanders.
To me, you can't start Shedeur for a lot of reasons. One, you paid Watson all this money. You got to see if he can play. And then you can go in any direction you want.
Sure.
But if you start Penix, if you start Mendoza, if you start Shedeur and it goes badly, and then you're going to a veteran backup, you're kind of ruining the rookie or the young guy, if you know what I mean. So we already know Deshaun Watson is a tone deaf player. He doesn't get it. And my greater point on this was him arguing over, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to. That's not enough.
Right.
You have to do everything you're supposed to do while shutting up and not speaking about it. And then you have to go out and play well. And then if you win, maybe, just maybe, the fans will start coming back.
And
There's
because of
more
what
to
you're
this.
associated with, because of what you're associated with, that's the bed you've made. And that's just the harsh truth. And it's not even harsh, in my opinion, but, that's neither here nor there. Deshaun Watson, I don't care. I don't care if you're bagging groceries at the food pantry in Cleveland and you expect the fans to like you for that. Win games and be a decent human being. How about that?
Do you bag groceries at a food?
I don't know.
You just gave them out. I maybe you do bag them. I don't know. I maybe have to spend a little more time in the food pantry. The last time anybody did it around here was my wife and daughter, and I wasn't at that event. I was doing this show while they were over at Cafe of Life doing their thing and being good people while I was telling you what to do. Miller and Moulton, talking a little football. We did talk some Browns on Friday briefly with Andy Baskin and didn't really get his thoughts on the whole season. We ran out of time because he had things going on and we had some communication errors between the two of us that morning. But we will get into the Bengals. Mo Egger covers all things Cincinnati. We'll talk to him coming up in about 30 minutes' time. Seth Everett, top of the 8 o'clock hour. And then we will talk with Kevin Noon and talk some Buckeyes. They are, by the way, the number one team in the land to start the season. They're already puffing their chest out. At least some of their supporters are. But that's what college football fans do. They start on Saturday. 2 weeks from Wednesday, the NFL get going. 5 and 16 are the magic numbers. We'll go through the best 16s to ever play. That's next, Miller and Moulton.
The Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape. If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, Joe, I'm trying to figure out what's going on with that. I've seen that for a while. I don't know if it's just like prediction markets. I don't know how they're getting away with this. If you can bet on games, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, but I have seen the ad, Joe.
I think it's prediction market stuff. Like, they'll be in all 50 states, but there will be limits on what you can actually gamble on. At least that's what I think. I don't know, but Sweet 16, baby.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for joining us. Monday morning edition of the show. We'll talk some Bengals coming up with Mo Egger in about 20 minutes time or so. College football starts Saturday, just 5 days away from games that matter. TCU in North Carolina. That's the noon kick. TCU is 7.5-point favorite. The other game of the day, NC State and Virginia. Virginia, just one of their players got in trouble, so we'll keep an eye on that. But Virginia listed as a 5.5-point favorite over NC State. But 16 days until the start of the NFL season, 16 days until we get a rematch of the Super Bowl, Seattle and New England. Then we go to Australia, and then football is on in all facets. But we go to the 16s, and the best 16s of all time. Not a lot, once again, in the NBA. If you go real old school, back to like the 50s, you go Jerry Lucas with Cincinnati. You go to the 70s, and I think into the early 80s, you go to this guy that played in Detroit and a little bit in Milwaukee, Bob Lanier. And then of the current, of the Trent world, you would go with probably Paul Gasol. And those are your three NBA guys.
Pau Gasol's definitely where my head went first, but also Satch Sanders, one of those members of that, the Celtics teams that just rattled off a bunch of championships in the 60s. His numbers in the rafters in the Garden. Satch Sanders.
Satch Sanders. Okay, I missed that one. I did miss that one. Sorry, Satch. Hockey, there's a bunch. There's some really, really good. And then there, I don't know, there's Henri Richard. I wouldn't call him in the rarefied air of Maurice Richard, but Henri Richard, Trevor Linden, great player. Obviously, if you're an Islander or a Sabre guy, Pat LaFontaine. Brett Hull wore it when he was in Dallas and his foot was in the crease. Marcel Dion wore it with the LA Kings. Great goal scorer, like unbelievable goal scorer. In fact, I would argue very underrated on the all-time annals of the NHL. But if I go with number one, believe it or not, and Brett Hull probably gets it, but he didn't wear it his whole career. He wore it for a lot of it. But Barkov in Florida wears 16, but Bobby Clark, missing those teeth, looking good, wearing the captain's C for those great Flyer teams. That's your 16s. Baseball, if I'm missing some here, I apologize. There was a couple of names I could have thrown on, and I didn't really see it. Like, you got to go like 40s and 50s for a couple of these. Hal Newhouser, who was with the Tigers and a great pitcher. Whitey Ford, one of the all-time greats. And then Doc Gooden wore it with the Mets. So that's the three in baseball I went to. Now in football, I'll give you two old school guys that don't get on the list of the top old school guys. And one's right at the top. You got George Blanda wore 16. You got Jim Plunkett that wore 16. You got Lenny Dawson. And I've got to go Lenny because I'm listening. I'm listening to Scram. They're going, Lenny, we got to matriculate the ball down the field. But then obviously Joe Montana. That's the king of 16s. But I thought about having some fun today with the poll question. What current 16 would you want to quarterback your team this year? Jared Goff or Trevor Lawrence?
Trevor Lawrence. Yeah, there you go.
I think that's a pretty I could be off here, but I think that's a pretty fair fight.
And I think Goff is the better quarterback. Obviously, I'm biased, but I think your audience might vote Trevor, but I do think it would be pretty split. I do, because I think you're right, Mark. I think they're both kind of in the same bucket of just maybe outside the top 10, but no worse than 15. I mean, they're both really solid quarterbacks.
Well, and look at, I mean, obviously, Goff has accomplished more. He's been to the final game. But I'm just saying for this year, for 1 year, as we would talk about the old IROC Racing Series, we're in the same car. There's no difference. So I'm not saying it's with Jacksonville's receivers and defense versus Detroit's not much, better receivers and a running back. Like, I think Detroit's offense today is better than Jacksonville's. I love Jacksonville's receivers. I don't like their running game. I think the Lions have a little better offensive line, but I'm not sure. Jacksonville, their run defense and the way they created turnovers last year, trust me, if that defense is the same, it's better than what Detroit has. So I do think I think it's reasonably close. I think Goff would win because people don't look at Trevor's year last year as being as productive as it actually was. I mean, they were the team that won 13 games and went to the playoffs a year ago. That wasn't Detroit. They missed the playoffs. And Lawrence off script, to me, is better than Goff off script. If it's scripted, I'll take Goff. If it gets off the page, I'll take Trevor.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. And I think all you have to do is point to that playoff game from 2022 or 23 when the second half, when the Jags came back, beat Justin Herbert and the Chargers as they melted down. But Trevor played really well in that game, and that was under pressure. And I think you're right. If you go off script, Trevor is the better runner, and he's the better mobile quarterback. But I think Jared Goff's a better passer. But it's close. And I think Jared Goff would win the poll, but I think based on your audience, knowing your audience, and I can't blame them, they like them some Trevor.
No, I think Goff would win with our audience. I think I actually look at, unless the people who are listening in Jacksonville all run to the poll question, because most of them are watching on the app that's provided by them by the TV station that handles all that. So if they're watching through Jacksonville. But if they all come out and vote, well, then Trevor would win. If not, I think based on history, and that's the instant thing, the thing people look at this, they'll go, well, he's been to a Super Bowl. He's been to an NFC championship. What's Trevor done? And Trevor's won a playoff game, but he's not had the success of Goff. And I'm not sure, because I put a lot on what happens this year on Trevor. I think this is the year where he and Liam Cohn, we've talked a lot about Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. Well, Caleb's still really young. Trevor's got the ability now. He's just at that point where that second contract's starting, the one he's getting paid. So he has no pressure from the standpoint of he doesn't need to do anything to earn his money. He already got paid. His pressure is internal. His pressure is, does Trevor Lawrence, is he going to become what was expected of him? And I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say because, obviously they were both drafted at the top.
Yep.
Has Goff done what was expected of him? I guess no, because he's not won the final game. But think about it. Not everybody does. He got there. He's got to an NFC championship. I mean, Goff has at least met expectations.
Yeah, I think he's met them. I don't think he's exceeded them, but to be the number 1 overall pick and already be on your second team, I think that kind of answers the question. Has he exceeded expectations? He hasn't. But,
well, no, and his coach wanted to get rid of him. I mean, they threw another draft pick at Detroit just to take Jared Goff.
Correct.
This was, hey, we want Stafford, and we'll give you another draft pick just so you take this guy off of our hands. We think he sucks.
But I do think it is very interesting, Mark, and I'm so glad you went this route because it's a fun little discussion. Trevor Lawrence, Jared Goff. I think the highest you could put either one would be 8th in the league, and I think the lowest you could put either one is 15 or 16, right in the middle of the pack. They're both above average quarterbacks, I think.
I would agree with that. But which 16 would you want for this 1 year and 1 year only? And we'll paint that car for $99.99. You want the hair or you want the stiff that doesn't move much? That's your choices. Goff or Lawrence for 1 year. Who would you take? We'll switch gears. Mo Egger to talk about a quarterback we'd all take, Joe Burrow. What's he going to do with the Bengals? We find out next. Miller and Moulton.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I really think if I put pen to paper and actually thought about it, I think I would have Goff and Lawrence within 2 spots of each other. I think that's a great question.
I think Goff would get 75+% of the vote.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I think he'd win. I just think it'd be a little bit closer, but it is a good question.
Goff has done well for the Lions. I don't think it's Dan Campbell's going for it. I mean, they did choke to join up against Washington in that game.
Yeah. It's been the defense, man. That's what it's been. Goff's been fine. Goff had probably his best statistical year last year. He was top 5 in everything. Where do I have Minshew on that list?
Either 1 or 2. You know me. I'm with you, Adam.
Yeah, DC, you're not wrong. It's just that's what I keep coming back to is even though Goff looked bad and the team kind of fumbled at the end, no pun intended, they still won 9 games. Oh, ambient Stafford, no question. I loved Stafford when he was here. He was polarizing. I always loved him.
Stafford was polarizing?
Yeah, certain fans didn't like him just because they thought he ran around too much and slung it a little bit too much. And I knew as soon as he went to LA, I'm like, they should win the Super Bowl. Said it at the time, and they did, of course. All right, enough Detroit talk. Sorry, Mark. Done.
Come on, Mo. Not answering text, not on the line yet. Making me nervous. There it is. Morning, Mo.
What's up, Mo?
How we doing, fellas?
Doing great. How about yourself?
Doing all right.
Thanks for doing this so early. I appreciate it.
You got it.
First day of school this morning for the little one?
It is. First day.
All
First
right.
day of 4th grade. Yep.
All right. I've got one that's in 7th. We started a couple weeks ago.
Oof, that's brutal.
I quit fighting it, Mo. Yeah, I'm old, man. I went to school after Labor Day. None of this makes sense.
Exactly. This is stupid.
I'm not used to planning family vacations Memorial Day. We're still on the week of school. Here we go.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Counting them down until we start the National Football League season. We are a mere 16 days away. We are 5 days away from the start of the collegiate football season. And we are joined now by Mo Egger. He does afternoons on ESPN 1530, does stuff on WLW. And, you know, usually when I see Skyline Chili, I get a little riled up. It's not my favorite thing, but I'm looking at his X page and I saw this beautiful picture of a bunch of hot dogs. And if there are chili dogs in my way, I'm taking them down no matter where they're from. That's how you do a Friday night with high school football starting there. Mo joining us on Miller and Moulton. Mo, good morning. Mark and Trent, how are you?
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
We are doing well. How are the Bengals doing? I mean, every year we get to this point of the year, start of the season, and they're always a hot pick. And are they going to turn it around? And is this the year everybody stays healthy? When you're trying to assess the Bengals on August 24th, what's in your head right now?
If the payoff for the defensive improvements end up being as good as everybody here hopes, this team has a chance to be really, really good. It's been a different offseason, and I think a really fun offseason for the Bengals, and that's carried over into training camp. And I think the main reason why is this is the first time in a while when you guys have had me on before the season where we're not talking about a controversy. We're not talking about a guy asking for a trade, a guy holding out, a guy holding in, a guy making it known about his amount of displeasure with the front office. And that sort of fits in with everything else that has happened this offseason where they've been aggressive in free agency, something you typically don't associate with the Cincinnati Bengals. They were aggressive in making a trade for Dexter Lawrence and sort of mortgaging their future a little bit, trading the cheap labor asset of the 10th overall pick in exchange for a guy who's going to be making a lot of money on the interior of that defensive line. They've made some draft picks that if you've watched the Bengals in the preseason, the 2 games they've played, pretty much every rookie has done something to make you feel like that player can contribute. They've also gotten through training camp, knock on wood, remarkably healthy relative to the rest of the NFL. We talk about this every day. I guess at the risk of jinxing it, like there's always bad injury news somewhere. There's been none of that here, at least since day one when Shamar Stewart left training camp practice with a hyperextended knee. The vibes are good. There's a ton of optimism. There's insane continuity on offense. They had at the end of the season last year, I think, the best performing offensive line of Joe Burrow's career. They brought all 5 of those starters back. So there's a lot of excitement and expectations are huge, but there's also a lot of pressure on this team. And Joe Burrow talked about this last week. It's time for this team to win. It's time for this team to stop missing the postseason. There's a lot of pressure on Zach Taylor. I think there's a fair amount of pressure on Joe Burrow, who realizes that going into his age 30 season, you only get so many cracks at it like this. You only get so many opportunities when you are in your prime to have all of your best players in their prime. A conference that seems wide open, a division where everybody else has a first-time head coach. There really is a sense here, if not now, then when. And I can understand that just based on the way the last, let's say, 7 months have unfolded.
Well, you talk about that defensive overhaul. Dexter Lawrence, you mentioned. Jonathan Allen, Brian Cook, Kyle Duggar, Jasir Taylor. You can go down the list. They have really focused on defense. Am I wrong in assuming, Mo, that all the Bengals have to do is be somewhat middle of the pack on defense because that offense is still as powerful as any?
Over the last 2 years, they've had 7 games that they've lost where they've scored 30 or more points and 2 games that they've lost where they've scored 39 or more and lost. So, I think generally speaking, that's true. But what I want to know is, can the defense win games for them, right? If you're going to win a championship, yes. Obviously, if you go back to the 2021 season when they made the Super Bowl, they made it primarily because they had Joe Burrow. But if you watch the postseason run that year, they made the Super Bowl because they figured out a way to scheme around a bad offensive line, and they had really opportunistic, solid defense. And so I want to know if this group that they've built on defense with free agents, trades, and the draft, if it can win a game for them when it needs to. On the rare day where Joe is off, on a day where, you know what, the other team defensively has just figured them out, on a day where the offensive line doesn't hold up, can the Bengals win a game 16-13? Can the Bengals win a game, 20-17, where the offense doesn't take off and the defense wins a game for them? Over the last couple of years, defense hasn't been able to help them take advantage of high output offensive efforts. If you're going to win a title, I think you have to win games in a variety of ways over the course of a season. Can this defense do that? That remains to be seen. But as a general rule, yes. When you have the continuity the Bengals have on offense, I mean, how many teams win 6 games one year and then going into the offseason do you say, you know what, we don't have to touch one side of the ball? And they really didn't. I mean, it's everybody from last year, including on the offensive line, so they could devote all their time, energy, and resources to fixing the defense. They feel like they have. And yeah, I think if the defense is somewhere in the middle of the pack, you expect Cincinnati offensively to be close to the top of the pack, statistically at least on that side of the ball. That should add up to a team that is certainly capable of making the postseason, and I would say should win the AFC North.
You know, everything you said about winning that game defensively is true, because you think about it, whether they're at home in January, whether they're in Buffalo, whether they're in Denver, whether they're in Kansas City, you could get an ugly-looking game from the conditions, and they're going to have to win that type of game. The other side of it to me is it's always been a mediocre to bad offensive line. Joe Burrow's fighting for his life, throwing it around to great receivers. I think with what you talked about with that offensive line, am I crazy to say Chase Brown's maybe one of the more underrated players for the Bengals? Because I think what he can do in running, they can kind of change who they are offensively, and it doesn't have to be big chunk plays. I think they can do it different ways and maybe help their defense by being a really good running team too.
Yeah, I think if you have followed the Bengals at all this offseason, offensively, there's been one dominant storyline, and that's how do they change how they play with the same personnel? Meaning, they want to run Joe Burrow under center more. And look, if you go back to last season, Chase Brown had his first 1,000-yard year. He averaged nearly 4.5 yards a pop. He had over close to 1,500 yards from scrimmage. Like, he's a bona fide weapon. But I think what the Bengals are striving for during training camp, I know they are, is to have an offense where they have multiple identities, because they want to run the ball more effectively. They want to run the ball more often. They don't want to put their offensive linemen in pass pro 50 times a game. And they want to be able to beat you in a variety of ways on offense. They want to be as methodical as they have been over the last couple of years. I think the last 2 seasons, as productive as Cincinnati has been offensively, the explosive plays have been lacking. And so I think they're going to try to lean into play action pass a little bit more. I think they're going to lean into running under center a little bit more, all while being able to be lethal in the shotgun. And then from a defensive perspective, it's pick your poison. Do you sell out to stop the run? Do you take away the deep pass? Do you blitz? I think that's their goal. Now, it's one thing to run Joe Burrow under center in training camp practices and do it in preseason games, and something else entirely to see if they do it once the real games start. But if you watch the Bengals with Joe Flacco last year, you saw that they did kind of change how they play offense, where Joe Flacco came in, ran under center, and the offense functioned. Joe Burrow has never wanted to play that way, but I think he sees the benefit of it, and the guy who has the most to gain from that, statistically at least on the team, is Chase Brown.
So, Zach Taylor, the last man standing in that AFC North as far as the coaches go. Am I crazy, Mo, for thinking that the Bengals should feel the best going into the season as far as what they're bringing back and the consistency and chemistry there?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we'll see if Jesse Minter works out in Baltimore, and we'll see if Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers can figure out a way to recapture some magic they had in Green Bay, and the Browns still exist. But yeah, you have three teams in the AFC North with new head coaches, and 2 of them never change head coaches. So I think there's bound to be at least in some of those cities, a period of transition that I think the Bengals feel like they can capitalize on. I think if you look at that, plus their schedule, statistically, right now they're projected to be favored in 15 of their 17 games. Yeah, I mean, if you just look at the conditions around the Bengals in the AFC North, with the way the schedule unfolded, health, lack of controversy, the conditions are set up for this team to have success. Will they? I mean, you said it before. It feels like they're a trendy pick every offseason, and each of the last 3 years they have failed to get to the postseason. And the last 2 years, frankly, didn't come very close. But yeah, I think that's part of why there's a little bit more pressure on Zach Taylor this year than there usually is. 3 straight years of not making the postseason is going to do that. But also, like when you are, as you put it, the last man standing, and you enjoy continuity, and you've been here for a while, relative to your AFC North peers, you're supposed to win the division, especially when you've got a quarterback in his prime like Joe Burrow. You have the weaponry they have, and you have the investments the front office has made on defense. If you're Zach Taylor, you essentially have no excuse if your team is on the outside looking in come January.
Early bye after 5 weeks. They've got you're right on the schedule, 15 to 17. I look at the first 5, though, and that could be a couple times when the point spread's pretty small. 3 playoff teams in Houston, Pittsburgh, and Jacksonville. Tampa, who's expected to win their division. Is 3-2 good enough at the bye?
No. And the reason I say that is like, they have 7 straight 1:00 Sunday games to start the season. They have emphasized getting off to a faster start, which the Bengals offensively at least never do. I think 3-2 would feel pretty underwhelming. Now, 3-2 is certainly better than some of the starts we've seen the Bengals get off to in recent years. But I feel like relative to all the talk of getting off to a hot start so you can make those other teams chase you and take advantage of the fact that those teams might have some acclimation process early in the season that sort of, puts them behind the 8 ball. I feel like 3-2, it wouldn't be surprising because, I do think it's fair to wonder about the Houston Texans and how are the Bengals going to block their front. Playing in Pittsburgh is never easy. Jacksonville had them beat here week 2, the game where Joe Burrow got hurt. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I guess, aren't going to be an easy out. But I think 3-2, as much as that is not a bad start, would feel a little underwhelming, quite frankly, if that's where we are after 5 games.
If I had 5 chili dogs in front of you, could you take them all down?
Yeah, right now. Heck yeah.
That's what I want to hear. Mo Egger, afternoons on 1530. He's running his daughter to the first day of school today and was kind enough to fit us in here on Miller and Moulton. Mo, as always, thanks for the time. Hopefully we're trying to bother you a few times because that means the Bengals are good.
Let's hope so. Usually when you bother me, it's like, all hell's breaking loose here and you need somebody to talk about it. So I'm rooting for a different outcome.
Let's stay to the positives. Thanks, Mo. Have a good one.
See you guys. You got it.
Mo Egger here on Miller and Moulton talking a little Bengals. How about that? You say 3-2 going into the bye. And let me give you these again in case you didn't hear them. They start out with Tampa at home. Then they go to Houston. Then they go to Pittsburgh. They host Jacksonville and come down to Hard Rock to play the Dolphins. So, look, they're going to be a slight favorite against Tampa. They'll probably be a slight favorite against Jacksonville at home. They'll be favored at Miami. I don't think they'll be favored at Houston. And Pittsburgh will be darn near a pick 'em. I think 3-2 is really good. And he said that's underwhelming.
And this is where I'll give Bengals fans credit and Bengals media credit. Their expectations are high because, quite frankly, they've completely fallen on their face the last couple of years with where those expectations were. So they're looking at this season, Mark, and I completely agree with Mo that through 5 weeks, you better be at least 3-2. You should expect to be 4-1, and 5-0 is on the table. Because if you do, beat a Pittsburgh team, or you do run the table against all the teams that are quote unquote worse than you, you should be feeling pretty good at that point. I think it's important for the Bengals to get off to that sort of start.
After the bye, they come back at Baltimore. Depending on where the two teams are, that'll be a close game to see who the favorite is. Other than that, You look at the rest of their schedule, and if Kansas City's really good when they come to Cincy, maybe the Chiefs are favored. Somehow, if Indianapolis is good and they're at Indy in late December, maybe the Colts are favored. But the rest of their games, I think after the bye, Tennessee, Atlanta, the Commanders, the Saints, 2 with the Browns, at Carolina. Do we really expect the Panthers to repeat what they did? Yeah, they play Baltimore on the road. They get them at home. So I think you know what we're getting at here, because they will have already played Pittsburgh on the road, and Pittsburgh returns to Cincinnati for their second of the divisional matchup. So to me, if they're 3-2, I might start putting an X next to their name for winning the division, particularly if one of those 3 is the game in Pittsburgh. When we come back, Seth Everett, he'll be happy. Arsenal won and a bunch of good teams lost, but his daughter is leaving for college. Seth is next.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape. The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hi, Seth.
Hi. You realize you sent me that text the second you're talking about Pelican Roofing.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of symmetry on this show.
There's that is spooky.
Well, I don't think so, because damn near everything down here is named Pelican.
Okay, that's fair.
I mean, we, like in Atlanta where everything's Peachtree, here everything's Pelican.
That's fair. That's fair. Just, that was so random. I'm like, why is he sending me a roofing company? I was like, how long do you think this trip's going to be?
How are you this morning?
I'm good. I know John Oliver is political, and I'm not saying anything political. But this week, he is doing a whole show on how to cancel subscriptions. It is absolutely tremendous.
Okay.
Trying to quit LA Fitness or trying to quit Amazon Prime, or the girl who's printing with HP Instant Ink and her subscription expired and her paper won't print. It's tremendous. It is so funny. I was literally crying before when I was watching this.
I'm about to renew HBO. I don't know why. There's something I want to start watching. It's renewal. It's renewal. What's that?
The Green Lantern show?
No, that's not it. That's not it, unfortunately.
What's that called, Seth? Lanterns, I think?
Lanterns, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I might check that out.
It's good. It's weird, but it's good. It'll be a good podcast.
Good discussion.
Right. Yeah. Can I get a segment out of it? Is it good enough? Is it segment worthy? That's really all life's come down to anymore.
We went to a watch party for the opening Arsenal game. And they have all these chants. And at the end of the game, Arsenal wins 3-0. And all of a sudden they're singing, "We are top of the league. We are top of the league. We are top." And I'm like, you're the only team that's played. I'm a fan. And that's obnoxious.
You got to celebrate when you can, though, Seth. Come on.
Oh.
Nope. Mariano Rivera, act like you've been there before.
And then you had everybody lose.
Everybody lost. I know. But Man United losing to a team that got promoted is just classic.
Right. That he cuts his hair and they lose. Or no, that was
no, different guy.
Man U lost I'm sorry. Yeah.
Man City scored 2 in the last 10 minutes to win. And you thought you were going to go double or nothing and that Man City was going to lose too, but they didn't. That's fine.
Liverpool was losing. They came back.
Alan cutting his hair is trending on social media.
I just like that his girlfriend said she was going to cry. I mean,
yeah. Zlatan, that guy Zlatan from the World Cup, he goes, "Did you lose a bet?"
I like that the guys went from someone that, and I get worldwide people knew who he was, but to trend on social media, you have to be doing something in the States.
Right.
And he got so popular over the course of 1 month that his haircut's a big deal in the US. That's pretty remarkable.
Well, like I said to some of the ladies in my building, I was like, "So you miss soccer?" I go, "Come on down. We're going to the watch party."
Did anybody join you?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. All right.
Hot neighbor came. Hot neighbor came with me. She walks in and I'm introducing her to people.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller.
Top of the morning, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for joining us. Miller and Moulton, Trent Valley sitting in the co-pilot seat. Seth Everett moving his appearance up a couple of days because it is a big week, a monumental week in the Everett household. One of his daughters is leaving for college. I'm guessing, because I know you're single now, but even if you weren't, I'm guessing you would be very cool with this. Like, this isn't something that is going to make you cry and be upset. Like, I would think you're fired up for your daughter in the next step in her life. So it's not going to be this, "Oh no, my kid's leaving." Like, I see you as the guy being pretty fired up about doing that this week.
For the most part, I have been. I would say the Facebook memories is the only thing that's screwing with me. Yesterday, a memory came up. She was 2 years old reading my Star Wars books.
Right.
And the post was, "Starting them early." And she's like, so like I saw that picture and I go, that kid's going to college. Like that little munchkin is going to college. Like that kind of stuff gets me like emotional. She's not staying here anymore. We switched the schedule. She was with me all weekend and we were cleaning up around here and she's finding things. And there was something vitamins vitamins that she leaves here, they expire before she comes back. So I said, Sophie, this is garbage if you don't take this. Like, like we were it's like she's moving out. Like she's really moving out. And that was very strange.
Are there any expiration dates that you feel are not worth worrying about? Because I have to be honest with you that the expiration date on a vitamin wouldn't bother me to have the vitamin post expiration date. I still think I'm going to get all the A, C, and D I need out of that particular capsule.
That's fair. I just was trying to get crap out of my plate.
Fair. No, I get if you've got
you got to get with the program.
But if you got milk in the fridge and it's past the date, that's dairy. That's
a great Seinfeld bit. How do you know? Do you smell it? Do you smell it? Do you smell it? It smells fine.
And that is a general, like, Trent, if you have something that's past the expiration date, do you just throw it away or do you smell it first? Because
I see a future poll question.
You smell it.
Yeah, it depends on what it is, but it's pretty much just dairy. Dairy's the only thing that I'll smell and make sure. Otherwise, if it's 3 days past the expiration date, I don't care. Come on.
Yeah.
All right. Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice, the Two Big Podcasts, daughter leaving for school, so he's jumping his appearance up a couple of days early. I'll be curious to see what the Premier League numbers are in the States, but they got started over the course of a long weekend. They had games every day. Some of the big teams lost. Your team happened to win. One guy got a haircut. You're a fan of Arsenal, so I get that you've been watching now
year
for
six.
Yeah, this is the 6th year, so you've been into this. Were there more people at the watch party that you went to than you expected? Was there a bigger buzz? Because it seemed to me, just judging by what was going on social media, that the Premier League had a little oomph to it to start the year.
Yeah, I heard a great podcast. I listen to a lot of sports media podcasts, and the executive producer of the Premier League on NBC, so that's the American perspective, was saying how what they're trying to do is showcase the World Cup and marry the two, even though they didn't have the rights to the World Cup. So if you noticed during the game, anytime a player would make a play in the top left of the corner, they would have a little statistic about said player, and it wouldn't be about what he does for Arsenal or for Coventry. It would be captained Norway to a quarterfinal thing, had 3 goals in the World Cup, and it's all they're talking about it, and you can sense that they're bringing the marriage to it. I think that's really smart, and I've often said fans in the United States want the best. You root for the best. There is a reason why most fans, even if you live in minor league markets, watch Major League Baseball. That's because you want the best. The Premier League is the top league in the world, and it's accessible in your country for a subscription like Peacock.
Here's my one question with that, and I have everything you said I know is correct. However, a lot of the players who are considered some of the best players in the world are no longer in the Premier League. Like Harry Kane's a guy we all know. He plays in Germany. Yep. You know, guys have left, whether it's to play with
Bellingham plays for Real Madrid. Yep.
Right. So guys that are considered top level players aren't playing in that league. Does that hurt the Premier League's chances of growth in the States?
There's actually an interesting retort to that, because yes, there are superstar players that are playing in lesser leagues. Now, they're not lesser leagues in terms of the quality of those teams. But for example, Bundesliga has maybe 2 good teams.
Right.
In France, PSG is going to win unless something happens. Like, so
like
to me,
a plane crash.
League,
like literally, they're going to win unless the team all dies.
Now, the Premier League is top heavy also, but the Premier League has 8 teams that think they can win. And there's a major difference. And to me, it's the competition of where it comes from. I think what makes the Premier League great is not having the Jude Bellingham. It's the fact that on any given day, you can have an upset. And those upsets are massive, because if you don't think this thing's coming down to the final weekend, You're crazy because in the 5 years that I've watched, it has been every point is vital, and I find it infectious. It's so much fun.
Well, so you find it infectious, and I'm not saying you're wrong because I love the sport too. But does it seem like a honeymoon phase to you, or do you think this is something where they can eventually, in a month or so, stop tying things back to the World Cup and move on?
Well, to be honest, and I've said this to Mark a lot, I'm a sports snob these days. When I hit my 50s, I only watch what I watch. I watch my Devils, I watch Syracuse, I watch Arsenal, and that's all I care about. I was going to do that anyway. So for me, I haven't seen it. Yes, I do, read the articles on the numbers, and I'll be curious to see how viewership was. Like, I was interested in seeing. There was a thing on social media about the Field of Dreams game versus an NFL Network preseason game, and who was going to see more. I didn't watch either, but I followed it. I pay attention to the world. So the honeymoon, I'll be interested to see in a couple of weeks what the numbers are and if the numbers hold out. But it's not going to impact the way I watch because I'm going to watch the same way I always have.
By the way, the Field of Dreams game did horrific numbers for
right.
those,
I saw that.
for those that are concerned. The Netflix only game, the worst ever watched game for these games, but it also went to Netflix. So you're losing the audience that you'd have on.
Was it Netflix or was it the Minnesota Twins?
I think. Look, you're probably right that it was the Twins. I mean, Seth, and again, you follow the ratings. Right now, baseball needs the Yankees to, and they're going to end up playing the Red Sox, but they still want the Yankees. They take the Red Sox, but they need the Yankees because the rest of the American League is a television nightmare right now. Yeah. The National League's terrific. There might be someone that squeaks in, San Diego, smaller market, whatever. But I mean, you've got the Dodgers, the Braves, the Phillies, the Cubs. They're fine. But the American League, if they don't get the Yankees in the World Series, they better hope they have the Dodgers on the other side.
I've noticed, just again from stuff that I read and stuff that I see, I've noticed that they don't talk. These leagues are so together, like it's one league, it's one MLB, and really what the American and National League are now are conferences. And I've said I would love like a radical realignment where it's Eastern Conference and Western Conference, and put the Mets, the Phillies, the Red Sox, and the Yankees in the same division. Like, to me, make it hockey, and it could be great. I think that it's funny when I was covering baseball in the beginning, when I started covering baseball, interleague was like a big deal. You put like ribbons on the field, like bunting on the field, because it was a big event. And now, the Brewers will play the White Sox, and you'll be like, who cares? Like, that's just a regular game.
Well, Seth, does it come with this CBA, or is expansion kind of drawn out of the CBA, and we're going to get a new contract? We know we're going to get 2 more teams and then realignment. I mean, how do you see that happening?
I don't think Manfred will still be the commissioner by the time you get to that. Think about how hard it is to get 2 NBA teams, and they're lesser value. I don't know when expansion's happening. I think that baseball has so many hurdles to come from. Erling Haaland will have to grow out his hair and cut it again before we ever talk about expansion.
Well, and if and when we get to that point, Seth, do you think the best way to go is 4 divisions of 4? I mean, or 8 divisions of 4, excuse me. How do you think that works?
That doesn't matter to me as much as what I'd love is for the World Series to be East versus West. I think that would be amazing, and get more games, but East versus East. I want the Mets and the Yankees not to play because they're interleague rivals. I want them to play because they're division rivals, like when the Devils play the Rangers or the Devils play the Islanders. That kind of concept.
I think it's coming, but I think we have to get to 32. And
I think we will all have such more gray hair. Even Trent will have so much more gray hair by the time that ever comes.
Ooh, I think it's sooner than that. That's where the.
I'd love to be wrong, because I just think the sport would be fresher if you don't have these antiquated divisions. When you have the same umpires, the same rules, it's the same sport.
100%. The two podcasts are Sports with Friends Hall of Justice. Since we had Dan Issel last week, that leads me to believe Hall of Justice is this week. What do you got, Seth?
A gentleman by the name of Adrian Huff, who is a voice actor, and he was Nightcrawler in X-Men 97 and the original X-Men series. Nightcrawler, everybody's talking about X-Men 97. That's the continuation animated series on Disney+, and Nightcrawler himself breaks it down with me. And that podcast doesn't come out until Thursday, even though I have to finish it today.
Good luck this week. I know I'm going to see you late in the week, but
I will see you Thursday. Check your social media.
Yeah. Seth is taking the daughter off to college, and Seth and I are going to meet for dinner on Thursday night. Safe travels. Have a good time on your trip. Good luck with everything, and we'll check back in next week on air, but I'll see you long before that. As always, thanks, Seth.
Go Spartans. Go Spartans.
And he is not talking about Michigan State nor San Jose State. He is talking about the University of Tampa, where not only will his daughter become a Spartan, but more importantly, I think by the All-Star break, she will be a gigantic Tampa Bay Lightning fan. I'm trying to figure out. I think it's a Braden Point jersey. That's where my hunch is, Miller and Moulton.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Vineyards, happy.
Michael, I'm curious why you're just throwing random names in. What's the? I don't know where you're going. So, and you're new to the chat, so I don't want I enjoy someone coming in. I'm just not sure what it is you're speaking of.
Adam, I joined, I think. Says I'm in. I'm in the second one. Did Bo Jackson wear 16, Mark, or am I completely making that up?
34.
In baseball, though, I thought he wore 16 in baseball.
I don't know what he wore in baseball. I didn't think he wore 16, but yeah, he did.
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you, Larry. Yes, there we go. Left Twix is trying to get me going. Lions are in trouble. Give me a break. They'll be fine. All right.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. I will admit, I did have the Premier League on over the weekend. Watched a little bit of, what was it, Newcastle and Liverpool yesterday.
How much credit do you give Seth for that?
None. I've been watching the Premier League for probably 10 years on Saturday and Sunday morning. I always put it on in the background because I don't need to watch the Talking Head show. I like with Game Day on Saturday. And I've watched Game Day more in the last couple of years. I like McAfee. I know he is not everyone's cup of tea. I get it. I think they're overdoing it with McAfee. He's now on Monday Night Football. I mean, They are riding this golden goose, but with what they're paying him, keep putting him on shows. I get it. If he's getting an audience and you can do these secondary broadcasts and they're making you money, then I understand it. I think you oversaturate things, and that tends to be the way the world goes. But I think McAfee's brought a lot of life to Game Day. I think he gets the most out of Nick. And obviously, as they made the transition from Corso, I've said it for years, like Herb Street to me has worked very hard at saying very little. He is, for someone that's in the media, he's damn near Derek Jeter-esque. He doesn't want to piss anyone off. So therefore, to me, his opinions aren't as strong as they should be. But he's brought a ton of people to the game. Like I remember, and I think I've told this story before, but my first wife is a big college football fan. She went to Georgia. One of her friends knew nothing about college football, but loved to go to the games because she went to Georgia and we wear red and black and go dogs, sick 'em, woof, woof. But her husband was a big football fan and knew the game. And there was like 3 couples that we would get, 2 of her friends and their boyfriends, etc. And we'd all go to the game. And all of a sudden, she thought Kirk Herbstreit was good looking. And all of a sudden, on Saturday mornings, I would hear a replay of whatever he said out of her mouth because she'd watch and listen. I joked because they just signed the damn dog to an advertising contract. I don't like the dog. I think it's a prop. I think he does it to make himself look good. But neither here nor there, people love the damn dog. The majority of the people out there love Herbstreit and love his dog and think it's also cute. So I don't blame companies for getting behind it. But I was done with the Corso, whoever we were bringing in, Herbstreit and Desmond act. I was done with it. Now you've got Nick. Now you've got McAfee. McAfee knows how to push Nick's buttons to get him to say things. Nick has long decided he's never coaching again. So their dynamic is pretty good. But for the longest time, this was a very long-winded answer, but for the longest time, I had quit watching a lot of that stuff. And if I could throw a live game on, I would throw a live game on. I would watch the start of game day to see where they are, see how many people are there, look at the crowd, and then I would turn it back on at about 11:50, 11:48 to watch them make the picks at the end. And the rest of it I didn't watch. I watch more now because I think they do a little bit more now. So I started the Premier League a long time ago. Same thing on Sundays. I don't need to watch pregame NFL shows. The only one that I ended up watching probably more than any other is I would watch the fantasy show because of 2 reasons. One, they're going to give me the most updated injury news as it happens. When we start getting 90 minutes before the game and they start having to list inactives and actives, they're going to get me that information faster than anyone. And I, at one time, was in a very big, high money fantasy league where we paid, over $1,000 a team to play in this league. And it's a great league. I think they're still doing it. It's basically like a survivor league. You can use every player in the league once. So we were making decisions right up until 1:00 on game day. So I would put the fantasy shows on. I'm not as big into fantasy as I once was, so I don't watch those, but I'm not huge from 10 to noon into watching talking head shows on Saturday and Sunday. You want to throw a live game on with an English accent? I'm all over it. It's fantastic.
Well, that's why in the middle of the season when they have those international games that start at 9:30 a.m. Eastern, that is just glorious because you still get to sleep in a little bit. And then, like you say, Mark, you don't have to watch the talking head shows. You've got football already going on. So from that aspect, I completely see why European football and soccer, as we call it, appeals because it fits right in that time slot. But anything going on overseas, that's the perfect lead into your 1:00 slate.
But what a weekend for that league. I mean, Man U loses to a team that was not even in the league a year ago, and then Liverpool was getting beat late by Newcastle, who's not one of the top teams. They ended up tying the game. So a couple of big, and if they're not, everybody's kind of picked their team. I mean, that's what they tried to get us to do all summer is pick your EPL team. And maybe some of you did. Maybe some of you had one. Mine's been Man City for years. I can't believe Haaland cut his hair. Bothers me. If I had that kind of flow, I'd never cut my hair. I'm hoping post-chemo that there's some curls here. I mean, I haven't had a haircut. I've had my head shaved in I guess right before I got out of the hospital. I think I had it done right when I got out of the hospital. So I got my head shaved in, March, I want to say. End of February, March. That's the only haircut I've had in 2026. So it might be the last one I ever get. If I got flow, we're going to let this sucker run. So, I was probably like Haaland's girlfriend when I saw it. Like, why? Why did you do that? But the fact that it was trending shows me that people in this country are at least paying more attention heading in. How long will it last? I have no idea. We start football Saturday. Everybody's going to be into game day. Everybody's going we're a couple Sundays away from getting that sucker going too. So we've got this weekend, we've got Labor Day weekend that college will be at the forefront. And then by the time the NFL starts, we're getting into the good college games like Michigan and Oklahoma, Ohio State and Texas. We'll get into that game coming up here. Kevin Noon going to join us to talk Buckeyes. So look, I know it's just a diversion in the morning or a diversion for a couple of weeks, but I'm all for the diversion. More live sports to me is better.
Diversion doesn't necessarily mean less important. It just means you're less interested. And that's where I kind of wanted to ask Seth, like, can they actually take this momentum and run with it? Because you're right, Mark, we start football here in a few days, in 5 days until college starts, right?
Well,
and
define run with it. What do you, I mean, they're not going to be more watched than anything in this country. What's your definition of run with it? I'm trying to figure that out.
Yeah, I think if the U.S. has record numbers for watching Premier League and European soccer, I think that's a major success coming off the heels of the World Cup.
I think that's a guarantee. Like after the World Cup, there's no way less people are going to be watching these leagues. We've never been more into soccer than we are right now. To me, it's, do they consistently go up? If every year goes up between now and the next World Cup, well, then holy cow, have they done something? If it goes up this year because people were into the World Cup and it either stays the same or tends to dip down, well, then it's just a nothing burger.
And the only thing that worries me, Mark, is they do keep tying things back to the World Cup to continue to get people in and keep people on the chain. And I just wonder, I don't know how much leash you have there. You've
got probably till half of this year. Miller and Moulton, we will switch gears coming up and talk the Buckeyes. Kevin Noon to join us. We all know this team has spent nearly the most money. Texas outdid them with their roster by a slight margin, but the Buckeyes have spent the most. They are the preseason number one team in the AP poll. Now, no preseasons won a natty since the 2017 Alabama Crimson Tide. Can Ohio State break that trend? Does the Big Ten get 4 natties in a row? Can the Buckeyes, with this schedule, which is extremely difficult, are they a team that can be a 9-3 team and still make the postseason? Those are the questions I have. We'll get to those and some more with Kevin Noon coming up on the other side. We'll talk Buckeyes. They always have high expectations. Can they live up to them? Because that means, well, they're playing late into January. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Want to text the show? The Pelican Roofing of Florida text line is open at 21,000. 21-000. If you've never texted the show before, you need to text the keyword Miller and then let it rip at 21,000. Buckeye Talk next.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Now, Left Twix, I don't know if you're a Broncos fan. You like them, I think. Do you have an NFL team? I'm just curious. Because, if the Lions are bad, I'll laugh. Because my goodness, are the Tigers bad. And that's embarrassing. That stinks. But what are you going to do? Trent, what did we do first segment of the 7 o'clock hour before magic numbers? Do you recall?
Is that when we did Goff and Lawrence?
No, that was the second segment when we did magic numbers.
I don't recall.
Playing by week 6 or 7. I think they're going to start. I don't need to hear myself twice.
Sorry.
That's enough. Don't do that to me.
Okay,
it's painful enough to have to listen to myself.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for joining us as we start the week off. By the time we get to next Monday, college football will have started. Week 0 this weekend, North Carolina, TCU, NC State, and Virginia. Probably the best 2 games. USC gets started as well. But not too far after that, everybody gets playing. And one team that has incredibly high expectations always. And this year, no different, the Ohio State Buckeyes. They are the number 1 team in the land, according to the AP. And we are joined by Kevin Noon. You can follow him on X, Kevin_Noon. Works with Buckeye Huddle. Follow Kevin on X at Kevin_Noon. Kevin, Mark, and Trent, good morning. How are you?
Doing great. Thanks for having me.
Well, it is our pleasure, Kevin. And I am curious right off the hop. I don't think the Buckeyes mind expectations. I, in fact, think they're incredibly proud of being the preseason number 1. Are they worthy of preseason number 1?
That's a great question. I think that there are there's a handful of teams that all should vie for that number 1 spot. And I think each of them have their flaws. But, Ohio State certainly returning a lot on offense. I mean, defense is going to be a different story, replacing 8 starters. But, yeah, sure. I mean, I think they have as much of an argument for number 1 as anybody else does.
Well, Kevin, I want to ask you, because Mark and I talked last week about expectations in the Big Ten alone. And you've got OSU, you've got Indiana, and you've got Oregon right up there at the top. What's the reason to believe in OSU more so than the other 2?
I think that the proof of record. I mean, yes, Ohio State came up short last year, but Ohio State has been a top 5 team for umpteen years. I mean, it's just, they've been there. They've got the staying power. I think that there's big expectations in returning Julian Sand for a second year at starting quarterback. Obviously, you got this Jeremiah Smith guy from down from Florida who's been pretty good at football. So I mean, he bodes well. So I think that all right, Kurt Cignetti has been red hot for 2 years. You look at Oregon. I mean, they've had their moments, but they've had a hard time breaking through. Ohio State was able to break through, not last year, but the year before, winning the national championship. I just think that it's just the brand is strong.
There's no doubt that the brand is strong. It will get tested early. Obviously, Ball State to open up, no one worries about that. But then they go to Texas. And as you mentioned, the offense brings back everybody. Sand for for another year. Jeremiah Smith is a preseason Heisman favorite, for crying out loud. So no one's seemingly worried about their offense and shouldn't be. But when you lose a defensive starter at all 3 levels, and they're all drafted in the top 12 or whatever the hell it was. I mean, this is elite talent gone for the defensive side. So when you look at the defense, what have they done to replace 3 key starters?
Yeah, I mean, they've been able to develop within, but then they also hit the portal really hard. They go and they get James Smith and Quay Rousseau from Alabama. They go and get John Walker. I mean, they are playing in the modern sandbox now. I mean, which is more than just recruiting. You're having to go and do it in the portal. I mean, especially when, they lost a lot in the portal on top of everything else. You lose all your 1s, but then you lose all your 2s to the portal. So you're going to have to figure something out. Ohio State has 50 plus new names on the roster this year than it had last year. But yeah, you don't lose a guy like Caleb Downs. You don't lose a guy like Sonny Styles. You don't lose these types of players and just sit there and say, well, it's, it's a wash. I mean, obviously it doesn't hurt having Matt Patricia as your defensive coordinator. I think that he did a great job last year. He's another year in the program, another year in the college game. I think that it's going to look pretty good, but yeah, going to Austin is going to be a hellacious game. It's going to be really difficult. I mean, we sat there and we saw these 2 teams play to start last season, and it was a low-scoring game. Is it going to be a low-scoring game again this year? I don't know. I think we're going to see a much higher scoring game in Austin. Not ready to make a pick on that one yet. I might be ready to pick the Ball State game, but that's about it.
Well, Kevin, something that I'm kind of reading is that Ohio State's lack of depth, I guess, up front in the trenches on defense is a little bit of a concern, potentially. Does Matt Patricia have enough to work with those guys to get them after Arch Manning in that Texas game and some of the other quarterbacks in the Big Ten?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to have to. We're going into Ohio State today to talk to Ryan Day about their second scrimmage, and hopefully he'll give us some more details about how line depth is looking. I mean, they've got some dudes. Do they have enough depth to be able to roll wave after wave after wave? Week 2 of the season, I don't know. I don't know if they will, but you sit there and you look at Texas and their left tackle having a bone bruise, and he should be okay for the game. But coming off of an injury, are you ever really okay at that point? So, you kind of go from there. But I think he's got enough weapons to be able to get an attack there. It's because you got to get after Arch Manning. If you can't speed him up, he's going to pick you apart. I don't care how good your secondary is. If you're not getting a pass rush, you're gonna get brutalized.
All right, as I'm looking kind of at the two deeps and going through things, the one thing Ohio State, as you said, they've been able to build from within, and now roster retention so important for Ryan Day and the people that run that program of picking the right guys and spending the money on the right guys, because everybody's getting. If you're at Ohio State on the two deep, someone's offering you a chance to start somewhere else. Who's the next great Buckeye? Like, we all know Jeremiah Smith is already great. Sand's coming back for another year. He's pretty damn good. I like the running back Bo Jackson a lot. But is there a guy we're not talking about right now that by week 5 or 6, people are going to be going, see, they did it again. Here's another great Buckeye. Who's that guy?
I really like Jermaine Matthews in the secondary, and maybe people are talking about him more than I'm aware of, but I think that people are so focused on the offense and maybe the deficiencies of the defense that they're not looking at the pieces that they do have coming back. And I think that Jermaine Matthews is a tremendous cornerback, and I think that he's somebody who people will be talking about. I think he's somebody who will be very disruptive out there. We'll force some turnovers. We'll do some things like that. On the offensive side of the ball, keep an eye on Chris Henry Jr., the true freshman receiver, the son of the late Chris Henry. It's going to be hard to find reps out there at receiver when you're not going to want to be taking Jeremiah Smith off the field all that much, and you got Brandon Ennis as well coming back. But I think that Chris Henry Jr. is somebody that people are going to be talking about just out of the fact of another 6'5" receiver out there being out there running around, looking like a man amongst young men.
Well, Kevin, let's talk about that offense a little bit more for a second, because we know Arthur Smith likes to pound the rock. He likes to run multiple tight end sets. How much is the passing game going to be vital to this team as far as what Arthur Smith likes to do and what he likes to get away from, if you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, the passing game is, still what this team is. That's the type of offense that Ryan Day wants. And remember, Arthur Smith is going to be running Ryan Day's offense with his own tweaks. I mean, obviously, Brian Hartline's now in Tampa over at South Florida after his stint at Ohio State. But, we're gonna see. I think we're gonna see more running of the ball, but I think that it's still going to be a case of that this team is going to be a pass first type of team. I still think we're going to see a percentage of that. I mean, we do know that Arthur Smith does like to run 12 and 13 personnel. That's been much to the chagrin of Ohio State fans because while they don't like to see good tight end play, they don't want to see all their talented receivers on the sideline as well. But when it comes to throwing the ball, I don't think we're going to see a huge step back.
Tough schedule for the Buckeyes. I don't know if a team in college has a more difficult schedule than what Ohio State has. We're talking with Kevin Noon. Buckeye Huddle is where you can follow them. Kevin_Noon on X. They are at Texas. They are at Iowa. They are at Indiana. They are at USC. They are even at Nebraska. They host Oregon. They host Michigan. I've been making the case for a while, Kevin, that there are, to me, I think Michigan's like this. I think Oklahoma and Texas have the case, depending on how, these crossover games go. I think there's about 4 teams that if they were 9-3, they could raise their hand and say, we deserve to be in the tournament. I believe the Buckeyes are one of those teams. I know that's the last thing the Buckeye faithful want to hear right now, but when you look at their schedule, more realistic to go 12-0 or more realistic to go 9-3?
I've been running around saying get ready for a potential 10-2 season, and I've been getting a lot of pushback with that. 9-3, you're even upping the ante on me on there. Yeah, I think 12-0 is going to be really difficult. It's hard to go 12-0, period, regardless of what your schedule is. You generally have a game where you come out flat, or things just don't go your way or whatever. So just with the difficulty of going 12-0, I'm more inclined to go in the other direction. 9-3, that might be worst case scenario in a lot of ways. I mean, barring an absolute collapse, which nobody wants to talk into existence. But yeah, I think that the schedule does not sit well for Ohio State in terms of I mean, they've got a stretch in late October where they just they play everybody.
Right.
Yeah, I would say 10-2, 9-3 seems more likely than that. But I think that you're right in the point of at 9-3, Ohio State is one of a few teams out there that could just be like, look at who we played. I mean, and I guess it's how you look in your losses and things like that. But I mean, the committee would have a hard time looking past Ohio State.
No doubt. He's Kevin Noon. You follow him on X, Kevin_Noon, covers the Buckeyes, Buckeye Huddle. Kevin, thanks so much for taking the time this morning. I really appreciate it.
Anytime.
Kevin Noon here on Miller and Moulton. Again, like he said right there, I mean, they open at Texas week 2. Week 5, they're at Iowa. That's not an easy game. Yeah, they're going to be favored. Yes, they should win it. But Iowa's not a walkover. Then they play Indiana, middle of the month, on the road. A bye week at the Coliseum to take on USC. The following week, Oregon at home. Then they've got Northwestern at Nebraska, which I think, obviously there are both games that they're going to win. But Nebraska, we'll see if they're ever better. And then they finish at home against the Wolverines. This is as difficult as it gets. And my point is, if they're 9-3 and Penn State's 10-2, someone has to explain to me how you take Penn State over Ohio State when you look at the schedules. And I hope this is the year. Like, I think Michigan, Ohio State, Texas, and Oklahoma are all teams at 9-3 that you should say, we got to dig deeper here before we just look at the number on the right. That's all.
Well, and we'll cross the bridge when we get to it, but they also have to look okay in the losses. That's the other big thing, Mark, because we know the committee does put some stock into how ugly are those losses. So if you have the 3 losses, but they're by a combined 14 points, you're exactly right. I don't know how you put a 10-2 Penn State over a 9-3 Ohio State based on the schedule.
Miller and Moulton. Miss any of the show, millerandmoulton.com. We were Ohio-centric today. A little Bengals talk, a little Buckeyes talk. So for all you people that, head up and down I-75 half the year, we're talking to you. We even got in some Skyline chili, not my favorite, but because Mo Egger had a couple of hot dogs on the plate, that gets me excited. So we good preview of the Buckeyes there. I'm glad he brought up Chris Henry Jr. because what does Ohio State always do? They always have receivers. And here's another obviously great lineage with his dad. And you've got Jeremiah Smith, you've got Ennis there, who's really good, and now Henry, a freshman. So that is a strong suit. And the other part you mentioned, or he mentioned, but Matt Patricia, he seemed to be able to dial up things for Ohio State that really confused teams. But there were 3 first-rounders on that defense. How does he do with maybe not the same kind of talent that he had a year ago on that side of the ball? That's the big question mark to me, Trent.
Yeah, it's not the offense, because you're exactly right. They always have high flyers on offense. Whether it's LSU or Ohio State, one of those is wide receiver U every single year, it seems like. So the question is more what They lost on defense to the NFL. And did they reach deep enough into that portal that Kevin was talking about?
They've got 5 new starters on defense that are all out of the portal. They've got 3 that are in their 2 deeps, and they've got a freshman in the 2 deep. You always wonder with Ohio State how many of those freshmen, because they recruit at the most elite level. There are very few schools that do it. Georgia's there. Alabama used to be there. I don't even know if they are anymore, but the Buckeyes are. So to me, I always expect a freshman, maybe on both sides of the ball, to surprise. We will see. Texas, week 2 for the Buckeyes. This week, we get TCU in North Carolina and Virginia and NC State.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller & Moulton.
Hit him straight, Tim. Hit him straight.
Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Trent Valley riding shotgun with me today. Thanks so much for listening. Tomorrow, Pat Kerwin on the show. He'll be back to his usual Tuesday and Friday slot. I do believe, and I'll double check, but I'm 90% certain, even I'll go as high as 95. I'll put you on the high end on a roll that Bud Elliott makes his first of his weekly appearances on Tuesday as well. So already a pretty packed show to start Tuesday. Got to figure out if we're going Baltimore or Pittsburgh, and then see what else, if we can get a college team in there. Trying to line up as many top 10 teams for previews as we can. Just random, no real order. But I know the odds are we won't get Oregon. I have one guy I can go to, and he's quirky because he used to get up for us before, so we'll see. But outside of Oregon, everything else top 10-wise is really either in the Central or Eastern time zone. So hopefully we can knock down a few of those between now and Labor Day weekend. So as Trent started the show out, I celebrated a birthday over the weekend, and I'm not doing this to pat myself on the back. It was just another day, and I've now been around for one more year. But the one thing that I've noticed as we get older, like Trent, my guess is you still love birthdays. Birthdays are a lot of presents, mom and dad. Mom spoils the hell out of it. Are you the mama's boy out of the three of you? Are you the one that gets the most? Yeah, I mean, you're the middle child, so that usually doesn't work out that way. But do you get the most? I get the feeling you get the most attention from mom.
I don't know if I get the most, but I think I appreciate the attention the most, if that makes sense.
So you're
because
the
I am
biggest
the
ass
middle
kisser
child
of the three.
I guess in certain ways, but I'm also that's the middle child in me. I'll take anything I can get.
All right, fair enough. But one of the things now in the technology era that we live in, that is obviously very, when I was Trent's age, and most of you listening were Trent's age, hell, we probably didn't even have an email account yet. It might not even been a thing. And if we did, it was an AOL, you've got mail. So it wasn't to where it is now. And between text and emails, there are a lot of people that reach out to you on your birthday. Thank goodness for social media. I had a lot of wonderful friends from near and far, old and new, that wished me a happy birthday. And I'm incredibly grateful to everybody that did that. But then there are the other things that you get, and you get just because you're old. Like this one that I just received. They didn't do it on Sunday, so thanks for leaving me alone. But I don't even ever recall getting anything from Pharmacy Go. I don't ever remember using them. But somehow Pharmacy Go realized it was my birthday, and because my health sucks, I'm falling apart and could croak at any moment, they want to wish me a happy birthday and a healthy year. Do they really? Does the pharmacy really want me to have a healthy year? Or are they just hoping that I'm sick enough that I have to use them for some kind of wackadoodle drug?
Exactly. They're doing their due diligence, and then they're hoping that they can help you along with a healthy year by, buying medicine from us. That's exactly what they want. You're right.
Right. So, I mean, that just kind of proved to me that I am old when you're getting the happy birthday from the pharmacy. It's one, I got one from my massage therapist. She's a lovely woman. I know that my birthday's in her system. I know that she didn't do it on her own, but I like Dama. Dama's great. Dama had a worse year than I did last year. So I root for her. And I was super, it made me think of her and how blessed I am right now, because trust me, her year was worse than mine, and mine wasn't great. So that made me feel good. Like I said, friends reaching out, but the pharmacy, I just don't,
that's a bridge too far.
Outside of maybe a self-storage unit wishing me a happy birthday, I don't know how much lower it can get than the pharmacy telling me, hey, you're gonna need us this year, buddy.
Giving you a nice little pat on the back. You're 1 year older. That means you're going to get 1 year closer to us. That's what they're thinking.
So there you go. I don't, Trent, you're just probably getting stuff you're probably getting DraftKings happy birthdays, wanting you to do a boost or a sprinkle on a team. So that is, and then the occasional, I get you sign up for enough stuff. I even think Chipotle was going to give me something, some sort of, I did not take advantage of the free things that you get, because there are a lot of different restaurants will offer you the BOGO on your birthday. Yeah, you're going to bring someone else in. But fortunately, there was no out to breakfast yesterday. The wife actually made breakfast. She did French toast. It was wonderful. We went out to dinner last night to a place that I really enjoy. They did a great job. So, had me and the three ladies, the daughter, the wife, and the mom. I'm outnumbered wherever I go. Yeah, there's no chance. So it's
right. It's your birthday, but it's also not exactly your decision all the time. Where you go, what you eat, what you order.
I let them all kind of choose what direction we were going in, and then I went from there because we went to a place that had seafood and a very nice restaurant. Little live music, daughter able to knock down a half dozen oysters. It is wild when the raw oysters are bringing to the table because it's obviously not the waiter, it's the food runner. So they come out with an appetizer of oysters, and they assume it's for the table or for the adults, and it's like, no, put it in front of the 12-year-old. She's going to just knock those down one after another. So a couple of oysters last night. Hopefully soon I'll be able to get back to eating some raw food. Right now that's still off limits. I think I'm closing in on about a month. If everything goes right, I'll be able to have a nice, on the rare side of medium rare steak, and then maybe sushi on the very next night. Those are where the goals are right now. And that's why the pharmacy is letting me know that it's my birthday.
There you go, Mark. It's not just birthdays that are milestones.
No, the pharmacy sending me a happy birthday. That's when you know it's starting to get up there. But we talked some college football with talking Buckeyes. That is probably the game that most of you are looking forward to when you don't have one of your teams playing. They play week 2 against Texas. That's the same week that we get Michigan and Oklahoma. This weekend, a couple of games, TCU and North Carolina. I think I know where you are, but my guess is, Trent, if North Carolina went 0-12, you'd be happy, wouldn't you? Are you an anti-Belichick person?
I'm actually not. I was when he was in the NFL. Wasn't a fan, but I kind of like this new... It's just interesting, at least, Mark. It intrigues me, the whole new Belichick, the reinvented Bill Belichick. So I'm not necessarily rooting for North Carolina. In fact, I'm not rooting for them at all, but I'm not rooting against them. I don't want them to go 0-12. I want Bill Belichick in the sport.
I think most people are rooting against him. I don't think there's anything that he's done post-Patriots that makes you root for him. And look, if you're a guy out there that has a problem with the girlfriend thing, that might be a you problem. Is it way too young? Oh, yeah. As the father of I can't imagine that all of a sudden your 20-something daughter's dating a guy that's old enough to be your grandfather. That would be creepy. But outside of the dad, it's like whatever. But I will say, to me, it's the whole North Carolina approach of why I think this is hysterical. And I am curious if he, because he's a touchdown underdog to start the season. They went through last year where we're the 33rd team and they stunk. They had no idea. Lombardi and Belichick had no idea how to assemble talent. Have they figured out, well, Lombardi's, he's suspended and in trouble. Belichick's kid's on a medical leave who's running the defense, and we don't know anything there. So there's this secrecy. There are internal problems. There's the whole way the media was handled last year. So he doesn't have many people rooting for him. And most people didn't like him with the Patriots. I mean, you call it Belichick. So I go into this thinking, is this Belichick's last year in North Carolina? How bad does it have to be? Because I lived in this area, and I'm not a North Carolina guy. However, I understand their fan base, and they seem to like things done a certain way. Well, this isn't how they like things done. And if you don't win, I mean, obviously a bowl's a bare minimum, but I think they've got to be closer to 8-4 than 6-6. And I don't think that's humanly possible with this team, because I actually think the ACC is a little saltier than most. So they get going, and then the NC State-Virginia game. The NC State coach thinks this is the best quarterback he's ever had. He talks a lot in the preseason, and they never live up to it. Virginia brings a lot of players back off of a good team from a year ago. They're a team that went from winning double-digit games to having over under 7.5. So a couple of decent week 0 games. USC plays. They're supposed to blow out who they play. They're like a 34-point favorite. Okay, let's see USC start doing that, because when you look at SEC versus Big Ten this year, and I saw a fun article where it basically did a head-to-head matchup, kind of like the old ACC Big Ten Challenge. And they did it in football between the two teams. And obviously it's hypothetical, as you only got 2 games, Michigan, Oklahoma, and Texas, and Ohio State. But the Big Ten could be as close as they've ever been top to bottom. And that depends on USC, Michigan, Penn State, Iowa. I mean, those 4 teams could really change the way we think about the conference. And the SEC is, while they haven't had it at the top the last couple of years, we always thought the sum was better. This year, it's much closer.
Well, and you're right about the Big Ten, because after OSU, Indiana, Oregon, you and I have been talking about this for a couple weeks. After that, it's that next group of 4 or 5 schools that is really going to determine how good top to bottom the Big Ten is. How many teams can they actually get into this playoff, Mark?
Because if, right now, the Big Ten has 3 that we all think are really good. The SEC has 2. That next group of SEC teams, though, how good will they be? How good is Oklahoma, Alabama, LSU, Ole Miss, Florida, Tennessee? Does anybody then come and surprise? Does South Carolina with Sellers, do they do something? I didn't even mention A&M, and they're a preseason top 20 team. So, the depth of the SEC certainly there, but how many of those can get past the 9-3 and be for sure tournament teams? Yeah, we all think Texas and Georgia are, but after that, who's there to take that next step? LSU has the opportunity to be favored in a lot of games.
I think that's the team a lot of people are looking at, Mark, as that 3rd team in the SEC. I think it's LSU. All eyes on LSU, and the pressure's on, man.
And Ole Miss with Chambliss back, Alabama, I think there's a lot of pressure on DeBoer to be better this year. Will they? Because they didn't know who their starter was until last week. So a lot of questions about the middle pack in the SEC and who emerges from that. But I do think that Big Ten second tier has to step up and be much better. We find out a lot. Michigan, Oklahoma, week 2. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
She is the best masseuse I've ever had in my life, and I wouldn't even know who to name second. She's so good. But what a unbelievable year that woman's had, unfortunately. I can't eat oysters, Javier. The daughter just knocks them down in front of me and doesn't even care. Thinks it's great. She works out of an office in Bonita. Healing Hands is let me see if I got that right. Hang on. Healing Hands is the Healing Hands of Southwest Florida is where you can book her. And yes, she is. She's amazing. But she, and I will tell it here in this portion. She, if you may have heard the story in Bonita, there was a couple out walking their dog and they were hit by a drunk driver. And the man died, the dog died. She survived. It is an absolutely tragic story. And that was all going on while I was up in Tampa. And we've gotten to know her pretty well. We've been using her for probably 5 years, both my wife and I. It's just horrific. She was in the hospital for about 30 days. Fully had to broke a bunch of, she got messed up pretty badly. But just a kind soul. She's just a wonderful lady. Yes, that's exactly the one, Happy. That's exactly the one. I'm sure you did if you're friends with her. She's, I know my wife reached out quite a bit. I don't know if I know we tried to help with a couple of things, but there's, other than monetary, there's not,
not a whole lot you can do. It's too bad.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for listening. Trent Valley in the co-pilot seat this morning. I will have my son Jake for a few segments tomorrow morning before he has to go earn a living, and then we'll talk with Pat Kerwin, expected to talk with Bud Elliott tomorrow as well. So we will start zeroing in not only on week 0, but predictions for the season over the course of the next couple of weeks. I have not done mine yet. I haven't even really thought about it. I know that I know who I have playing in the national title. I have one of my 2 teams, and it pains me to think about it. So, obviously, you got to figure out how the bracket's going to go, and everything could change with that. To me, it's not even as simple as the NFL because matchups are everything in both. But when you look at who you think the 1 seeds are in the NFL, I don't know what's harder, picking the teams that are going to get buys in college or picking the teams that are going to be 1 seeds in the NFL, because the Rams are the favorite to win the Super Bowl. How much of a lock are they for a 1 seed? You've got Seattle, the defending champs in their division. You've got the Niners in their division. You've got a Philadelphia Eagle team that I don't know how much that division has for them. Like when I look at the Rams, and if they go 4-2 in division, okay, anything past that, you wonder, because that means beating Arizona twice, fine. But then that means just splitting with the others. If I were to tell you Philadelphia goes 5-1 in division, I think that seems likely, Trent.
That's exactly why that's an interesting point, Mark, because it's more about the divisions cannibalizing themselves. The Rams can be the favorites, and they probably will be all season, but does that mean they're going to be a 1 seed? Absolutely not, because of exactly what you just brought up. The Eagles get to play the Cowboys twice, the Commanders twice, the Giants twice. Look at what the Rams have in comparison to that. If the Rams do go 4-2 in division, Mark, that's a success to me.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The same thing. And obviously, that we don't think as highly of the NFC South, but we've said for the longest time, who controls divisional play there between the Saints, the Bucks, the Panthers, and Falcons? The same thing in the North, because that's one of their crossover divisions. So you combine what the Lions, Packers, Vikings, and Bears do inside the division. Well, who screws up and maybe loses to an up-and-coming Saints team? And will that be part of how these divisions work out? But, right now, the Rams are the favorite. And then I think it's Philly and then Seattle as far as NFC. When you look at the AFC, to me, the Broncos are the overwhelming favorite. They are. I know that division is really good. I just think that the roster is better than what else is there. I don't know. I don't trust the Chargers. And this isn't me having a love affair with them forever. I think he might be the best coach in the league. They've already lost. They were able to do it last year without Lyman. When I look at the roster, I'm trying to figure out how good their receivers are. I think they've got a really nice running back. I like Herbert, but I just don't know if the Chargers can do what they did 2 years in a row of already injuries at the offensive line. Pat's high on the Chiefs. I'm not as high on that roster. I think you have 2 really good teams, but I'm not sure who the second one is, if you know what I mean. I think Denver's really good. I think either Kansas City or the Chargers are going to be a double-digit team, but I don't think both of them are.
So you think they're going to be a 2-playoff division? I guess that's not really a hot take. I'm with you on that, absolutely. And I think even 3 could potentially get in. But I don't love the Chiefs roster either, Mark. I'm not quite as high on the Chiefs in total as Pat Kerwin is. But I think for a game, I would bet on Mahomes over pretty much anybody in the league. And that's where I think that could get a little tricky there. Because, yes, I think the Broncos have one of the best rosters in not only that division, not only the AFC, the entire NFL. So they're the leaders in the clubhouse to me. But you do have the Chiefs coming back with, I still believe to be the best quarterback in the sport. And then the Chargers, the question is, like you just laid out, can they get to double-digit wins? I'm with you. I don't think both the Chiefs and Chargers will be double-digit win teams. And I think the Chargers could win 9 games, and that's disappointing.
You know, you had 13 and 12 wins between the Jags and the Houston Texans last year. What happens with those 2 teams? The North was a 1-bid league last year. Are they a 1-bid league this year? And for the longest time, I had been saying that I don't think the Patriots make the playoffs. When I look at the roster, I look at the schedule, I'm having a tough time sticking to my guns on that. I don't know if I will when I actually give my season-long predictions, but again, back to the division. Do you see the Jets or the Dolphins beating the Patriots? And if they were to split with the Bills, that's 5. I mean, that right there, that's 5 wins in 6 games. They've got 11 games to find 5 more. And if you do that, you're in the postseason.
I'm not emphatically predicting this, but of the 2, of the Dolphins and the Jets, I think the team that'd be more likely to clip the Patriots for at least 1 would probably be the Dolphins, just because the Patriots historically, when they go down to Miami, don't always play very well. But that's it, Mark. From a football standpoint, I can't give you a reason that the Patriots are going to go any worse than, 5-1 in that division. So I think you bring up a great point there. And they do have to play that first place schedule, but it gets a lot easier when you mix in who they're playing in their division.
Patriots, beginning of their schedule, difficult at Seattle, home for Pittsburgh, at Jacksonville, at Buffalo to get started. But, tough 4 games. But, again, I just don't think that who they're crossing over with, we'll see. We'll see. A lot to figure out. We'll make our predictions coming up here in the next couple of weeks. Getting ready for the start of the college football season this weekend. Obviously, a lot of baseball going on as Tampa watched the Yankees here over the course of the last 10 days kind of eat into that lead. It's 3, and I don't know. I thought you were about ready to put an X. I almost pulled a Moulton and put an X next to the Rays. And Baltimore's really done a number on Tampa. I'll tell you what, I don't know how many times the Yankees are sending Christmas cards to the Orioles, but they may need to when this is all said and done, because Tampa's never had the opportunity that they have in front of them this year. The Yankees have been injured all year long. Healthy, it's the best team in the American League, but they haven't been healthy all year. Judge, he's coming back, they say. Stanton, probably not coming back at all. Got injured again, rehabbing. What a shocker that is. So they keep losing bodies, but yet still are figuring out ways to win games. They've done it a lot of different ways. Their offense isn't very good. I mean, it really isn't. But Grissom's been playing really well lately. Rice has been solid all year. I kind of thought maybe he'd fall off. He hasn't. And as guys come back, they could be dangerous in the postseason. I still think there's too many first basemen and DHs on this team, but that's for them to figure out. Tampa with a 3-game lead. The Marlins trying, playing pretty good baseball, trying to find a way to that last wild card spot that the Padres currently have. The Diamondbacks are between the 2 of them. So I don't know if the Marlins will have what it takes coming down the stretch, because the Phillies have picked up their play. And when you look at the schedule game, some of that going on. So obviously still some baseball to talk about, but we are inching ever so closely to the football season. 5 days away from the college season, 16 days away from the start of the NFL. We've run through just about all of our divisions that we're going to run through. We got to finish up the AFC North this week, and then I think we're done. I mean, we'll get a little Chiefs in there. We may get a little Cardinals in there, but getting someone up early to do Western divisions in the NFL is highly unlikely for a morning show on the East Coast. So we'll get you the last 2 in the AFC North, and then we'll probably have some Chiefs talk later on, and that'll be about it as we'll use Pat Kerwin maybe to run through the Western divisions. He's got good contacts in Seattle, and talk to Pat. He will join us tomorrow along with Bud Elliott. So we will get your college and pro football fix coming up tomorrow on the show. Miss any of the show, go to millerandmoulton.com. When we come back, we'll finish off a Monday the way we finish off every day. Today was the day when, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and what's on tap. It's all ahead. Miller and Moulton, Trent Bally, riding co-pilot today. Thank you so much for listening.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You got the last name right. Yes, he does, Tim. And Happy, what makes one king crab leg better than the other? I'm just curious because it's a steamed meat in a shell. Aren't they all kind of the same? Dip them in some butter. I mean, no, I mean, I love king crab legs. They're expensive. They're delicious. But
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for listening. Appreciate it. You know, I probably left a couple of things out of the starting five this morning. I didn't do NASCAR and I didn't do WNBA. So for those of you that were looking for those results, I apologize to you. Caitlin Clark had a really big game. What did Blaney win the NASCAR race? There you go. So I apologize for not getting you the information that you sought after. And if you didn't, then you're like me. If you did, I've got to remember that NASCAR thing. For whatever reason, it is just not top of mind with me. And I know there are a lot of NASCAR people out there. I get it. I understand where I live. I understand who our audience is. And so for that, I apologize. I promise. I believe that I'll get better. I'm going Tim Tebow on this. I will not make that mistake again.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
1814 we start today. War of 1812. The English get to D.C. and burn the White House. Fortunately, Dolly Madison, at least she takes credit for it, she was able to snag an important, iconic portrait of one George Washington from the White House walls to prevent it from being looted by the British troops. Score one for Dolly. 1891, this Edison guy was bored again and he patented the motion picture camera. What didn't he patent? Ruining spring training for all today in 45. Cleveland Indians ace Bob Feller returns from serving in the U.S. Navy during, World War II, and he'd strike out 12. 1979. Rock and Roll High School, the musical film that featured the Ramones, premiered in the U.S.
Have you seen that?
Of course.
I haven't seen it, so that's why I'm asking.
I'm amazed you've heard of it.
I have heard of it. I have not seen it.
And you've heard of the Ramones?
Of course I have.
All right, 2 for 2. Way to go, Trent. Today at 89, Pete Rose is suspended from Major League Baseball for life due to gambling. Gorbachev resigned as the head of the USSR Communist Party today in 91. We win gold in 08 in Beijing, beating Spain by just 11. Mobster Carlos Gambino and Yasser Arafat both would have celebrated birthdays today. I don't even know if they're worthy putting on here, but I did. I penned them in so they get it. Vince McMahon's 81. Another great guy. Mike Shanahan, 74. Cal Ripken, 66. Craig Kilborn used to do the Feel Good Hour on SportsCenter and then did the Daily Show before Jon Stewart had it. He's 64. Reggie Miller is 61. Rich Beam, 56. Dave Chappelle is 53. And Arian Foster is 40 years old today.
One of the best what ifs in NFL modern history, Arian Foster. Very good for a short period of time.
All right. One of the best what ifs, huh?
Well, I just think, there's certain running backs, especially nowadays. You go back to Chris Johnson, you go to Todd Gurley. They have 2 or 3 really dominant years, and then they just fall right off because of injury or whatnot. Jamal Charles comes to mind. Anywho.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to San Mateo, California for the good, where a large bull was spotted on the highway along Highway 35 in good old Half Moon Bay. So they went to the foreman of the Seahorse Ranch and got a cowboy out there to lasso the bull and then lasso him again. And then about 2:30 in the morning, they got the bull. No BS. They got the bull. For the bad, we've got those flock cameras. And, a guy who didn't like him. Apparently, a bunch of cameras were stolen, and police responded by putting replica cameras up. And this guy decided to knock all of those down, too. But police were watching, and they watched him knock the camera, smash it against the ground, and break it. At that point, they arrested the gentleman who was doing it. He got grand theft, a bunch of other charges. And finally, the ugly. We go to Rhode Island, where Squidpocalypse of 26 happened. That's right. A tractor trailer rollover sent a truckload of squid spilling onto a Rhode Island roadway. Apparently, the stench was awful. Because, it was summer, it was cement, it was squid, and it was hot. Before the squid could be taken to the processing facility, the trailer dislodged, tipped on its side as a substantial portion of its calamari cargo ended up on the road. I do love me some calamari. I don't know if I'd like street, there's roadkill and then there's roadkill calamari. I don't think I could go for that.
I also love calamari too, Mark, but I don't love the smell. I will admit that. I don't love the smell, so I can only imagine how much worse it would be when that's baking on pavement in the heat.
And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, August the 24th, 2026, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Hiring new officers, great pay, great jobs, other employment opportunities available. For all information, capecops.com, capecops.com. Let's see. Not a lot on tap tonight. We've, basically got nothing but baseball because there is no Monday Night Football yet. They do their stuff with preseason during the week. Tampa in Detroit. Rasmussen on the mound for the Rays. 6:40 start there. The Marlins hosting the Red Sox. Alcantara on the mound for Miami in what should be a pretty good tilt. Rockies and Nats in the nation's capital, not capitable. What am I doing? Liberty Bibbity here. Texas is at Chicago to take on the White Sox. The Guardians taking on the LA Angels. The Twins are in Sacramento to take on the Athletics. Philadelphia and Seattle playing out west. Cubs and Diamondbacks in the desert. Pittsburgh at San Diego to take on the Padres. And the Reds and Giants all playing tonight. Yankees, Dodgers, as you well heard, have the night off. One of the other things going on is that it looks as if Texas Tech is still shopping for quarterbacks because the kid that was at BC and then Florida State, Castellanos there, looking like he's going to transfer to Texas Tech. I've seen a little bit of smoke there. Don't know, what that means for Texas Tech, but They thought with Sorsby they were a quarterback away from making some noise in the playoff. Like, I still think they're the best team in the Big 12. Utah takes a severe step back with Whittingham going to Michigan. That's a whole change in culture. That's obviously going to hurt. BYU, they're good. I don't know how good. We all know
that's where I would lean. I really like the coach there. But I hear you, though. I mean, it's Texas Tech or BYU, I think.
100%. And so, just keep an eye on that. We'll see if more players get waived and go back to college. That was kind of our lead story to start the show out today. The kid that played at Ole Miss, Daquan White, who played at Ole Miss last year, tried out for the Eagles, got cut, tried out for the Browns, going to get waived, now going to go play with Lane and LSU. Kind of to me, it's the latest in what has become an ongoing story with collegiate athletics. We don't pay attention to college hoop like we once did, but that's where this started with those players. I think it was 22 players that, because they ordered this 5th year, well, they get their eligibility. And now the football players who started in 2022, who tried out for pro teams, are wondering, can we play? Would you, if this tight end that's going to play for LSU, now he's probably going to get cut by Cleveland, but the fact of the matter is, Lane Kiffin was calling, going, are you going to cut this guy so we can have a roster spot for him? If you're an NFL GM and he goes back, are you interested in that kid next year?
Yes, because at the end of the day, it's just winning talks, right? So, I mean, if he's ready for it and he's prepared for it, then of course. But I will give Lane a little bit of credit in that he was kind of preparing for this. Like,
no, I get that, but this kid, instead of, maybe a third NFL team's going to give him a shot, he's going back to college. So, is that the competitor you want on your NFL team? That's really the question. If a kid says, cut me so I can go back to college where I make more money and it's easier, is that a kid you want? And I think every coach and every GM in the NFL is going to react to that a little differently.
Yeah, well, character-wise, no, absolutely not. But those are the things that you can maybe bring up in an interview, bring up in a tryout or a meeting or something like that. Because, Mark, unfortunately, we're just going to start seeing more of this. Point blank, period. This is just the tip of the iceberg, and we see this in college athletics over the years. There's one case of something, and then all of a sudden it just gets worse and worse and worse all around the country.
Well, maybe it will keep coming every year. If we get 5 years of eligibility, then we have a defined rule. And if a kid leaves after 4 to go to the NFL, are they going to let him back? I mean, that's the question the NFL has to then answer. That's beyond college, because college has already said, we'll let you back. I guess they would continue to if we're cutting 4th-year guys who want to give it a shot. Because as you mentioned last week, the one thing that, you can declare yourself eligible for the NBA draft. Then find out where it shakes down. And if they say, yeah, at best you're a 2nd-round pick, maybe late 2nd round, you can then take your name out of the NBA draft and go to college. There's a time that allows that to happen. Right. I just don't know how that will be with football, because at the end of the day, no one really talks about it because nobody cares. But the one group that's been marginalized when it comes to college football is the high school senior. They are not getting recruited the way that they once did. Teams are looking at transfers. They want to build their team to win quickly. Are the 5-star kids all getting recruited? Absolutely. Are the 4-star kids all getting recruited? Absolutely. But if it's a choice between a 3-star going to a Power 4 school and them getting a transfer from a Sunbelt school or a MAC school, or you name it, it's not as likely. So I do want, if Lane indeed had to cut, and I got to dig and I don't have it, and that's on me. But if Lane indeed cut a high school kid for that roster spot, I don't like that look. I don't blame Lane. He's there to win. They brought him to LSU to do one thing, and be damned to that roster. We had gray shirts for years of scholarships that were taken away because they were 1-year deals and no one paid a bit of attention. So no one's going to pay attention to this either.
Well, and unfortunately, it's no skin off Lane's back. It's just not. I mean, he can have one really tough conversation with a kid for 20 minutes and move right on because he wants to win, baby. And you're right, Mark, that of the two choices, you're going to take the proven gun who played in the Sun Belt or played in the, the MAC maybe, over a kid who's going to be a college freshman. Like you just are. You're going to take what's been proven at the level. And unfortunately, that's just kind of the way we're moving.
So we have our first ever player going from the pros to college. And DeQuan Wright, the tight end that's being released by the Browns and then going to LSU. He played the last 2 years before that at Ole Miss. Before that, he was at Virginia Tech. This is his 5th year. And the lawsuit that was won, giving these 5th-year kid eligibles a shot. I'll be curious to see if at some point today, Greg Sankey, who's kind of addressed it, if it's talked about more at the higher end of the league, but we shall see. That all still part of how this should play out in the coming days. But, we're getting, obviously Congress tabled this. They say they're going to put that Scores Act for a vote when they get back in session in September. All of these things kind of converge, and we'll see what happens. But don't ever mistake any of this for students' rights. This is, the SCORE Act was done by coaches and administrators. It's going to benefit them. And they're trying to corral what is the Wild West. Can they? They've lost at every step of the way so far in this ordeal. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks for spending your Monday with us. Trent, have a fantastic day, my man. And a good Tuesday. We'll see you back on Wednesday. Tomorrow, a little father-son action to get the show started. Pat Kerwin, Bud Elliott, all expected to join us, as well as some more AFC North. Enjoy the rest of your Monday. And we've got college football just 5 days away.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real. If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good one.